Chapter 208. A hole appeared on the demigod robe, and the runes on it were damaged. Its power was greatly reduced. Transcendent battle chi exploded from the spear, and with a pung, the robe was blown away. The devil's body was completely destroyed, and the particles were trying their best to recover. Escape! Dongbua Shui Ying ignored the devil and looked at Wu Lang, who was teleporting away. Dongbua Shui Ying's gravity domain caused the space around him to distort. It was extremely difficult to teleport in such an environment. Furthermore, a normal teleportation distance was already very short. Even an expert would be able to teleport tens of li. Under such circumstances, Wu Lang could only teleport 5 to 6 li. After the previous large area of effect attack, Dongbua Shui Ying did not hesitate to use extreme piercing and appeared in front of the devil. He only used 2 spear strikes. The second spear strike pierced through the demigod robe. How short was that? In that short period of time, Wu Lang had only teleported 6 times and was already more than 30 li away. South, with a step, Dongbua Shui Ying appeared in front of Wu Lang. Extreme piercing could cover a distance of 100 li. At the same time, the spear in his hand pierced forward, facing this terrifying spear strike. Wu Lang was stunned. At Dongbua Shui Ying's level, the speed of his spear strike was terrifying. At such a close distance, Wu Lang did not even have time to think. Instinctively, he immediately used teleportation. Shua Qi. Shui Ying's spear pierced out. Closely following that, it pierced into the void. Ah! Wu Lang had just disappeared, but he reappeared a meter away. However, his devil head was completely pierced. How is this possible? Wu Lang's eyes widened. Teleportation sounded like it was very fast, but in reality it still consumed time. If the time it consumed was negligible, it would still consume time. For example, when Qi Qiu Bai and Chao Qing were saving the Xia people, they would not tear through space. Instead, they would teleport continuously. The principle of teleportation was to instantly become one with the spatial fluctuations, and then follow one of the countless spatial fluctuations to arrive at the desired location. Hence, the speed of teleportation was equivalent to the speed of the space ripples. But extreme piercing could pierce through everything. Even spatial fluctuations could be forcefully pierced through. Since it could penetrate, its speed naturally surpassed the speed of spatial fluctuations. Boom! Wu Lang's body completely shattered. Even his particles were shattered and he began to recover. Dongbua Shui Ying stood at the side and casually fired a shot. Every time the particles recovered, Dongbua Shui Ying would shoot out with his spear, causing the particles to shatter again. Wu Lang's undying body's life force was continuously depleted. How is this possible? I have already escaped into the void, but he can actually pierce through the void to kill me? Wu Lang's soul was attached to every single particle, and he could still think. What is this true meaning? He was a powerful Tier 5 demon. However, in the vast abyss, he was still just a pawn. The information that he could obtain could not even compare to the information that the Xia people had received from the Terrene Shrine and their ancestors. After all, he only lived in that territory and followed the general to fight against the outside world, so the number of demons he came into contact with was limited. He couldn't even come into contact with the truly monstrous abyss devils. Am I going to die? Wu Lang could feel that the life force of every single particle of his body, the most basic composition of his life, was constantly weakening. That human transcendent stood there. Every time his life particles recovered, he would strike with his spear. Who would have thought that I would ultimately die in the hands of a saint from a mortal world? I remember that his name is Dongbua Shui Ying. Wu Lang's life force continued to decline. The countless particles were trying their best to recover, wanting to reform into the body of a demon. At this moment, an indignant roar could be heard from the void. What is this true meaning? What is this true meaning? Die. Shui Ying thrusted out his 8th spear. This was not a large-scale attack like before. Instead, he condensed his true power into his spear technique, and every single strike was extremely powerful. When the 8th spear was thrusted out, the life force of those particles was finally exhausted, and they could no longer recover. This demon's body completely disappeared, leaving behind only some demigod equipment and other items. This was because every stab had to wait for the particles to recover before attacking again. Hence, killing Wu Lang took about a second. Hu, the earth-shattering, fiery red, transcendent battle chi, had also flown to the front of Dongbua Shuiying. Because of the large-scale attack earlier, it took some time for the battle chi to return. Now that the battle chi had returned, it flowed into Dongbua Shuiying's body. He is quite fast at escaping. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the black-robed demon who had turned into a beam of light and fled at high speed. Under my gravity domain, he was actually able to fly for 30 li. In a second, if he had teleported, he would have long escaped from Dongbua Shuiying's 50 li gravity domain. However, the black-robed demon was unable to teleport within the gravity domain. He could only fly with all his might. Under the terrifying gravity, he was able to fly a shocking distance of 30 li in a second. But it was useless. Dongbua Shuiying was in control of the situation. As long as the black-robed demon was within 50 li, it would always be within his control. If the black-robed demon was really far away, Dongbua Shuiying would have already thrown a few darts over. Wu Lang is dead. Wu Lang actually died just like that. His true meaning is too terrifying. It should at least be the legendary grade 2 true meaning. But even a grade 2 true meaning shouldn't be this frightening, right? The black-robed demon fled in panic. His heart was filled with fear. Wu Lang escaped into the void, yet he was still killed by it. My god of darkness robe was actually pierced through? What true meaning is this? A grade 1 true meaning? If it's a grade 1 true meaning, then it wouldn't be an injustice. A grade 1 true meaning, a legend among legends. It possessed many unfathomable aspects. The extreme piercing that Dongbua Shuiying had grasped was only one aspect of the grade 1 true meaning of extremity. If he were to use it while grasping hold of the true meaning of extremity, he would be even more terrifying than the current Dongbua Shuiying. For instance, the extreme piercing that Dongbua Shuiying had formed with water, fire, and wind was 30% weaker than the extreme piercing formed with the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Thus, the extreme piercing could still be improved. The complete true meaning of extremity was only one aspect of piercing. There were still many other aspects. It was just that it was too difficult. Being known as the end of everything, the beginning of everything, grasping the true meaning of extremity was a legend in the countless worlds. Of course, amongst the grade 2 true meanings, the true meaning of extreme piercing was a pure, offensive true meaning. Its offensive capabilities were indeed terrifying, but no grade 2 true meaning could be underestimated. They all had their own strengths. You still want to escape. Dongbua Shuiying's voice suddenly rang. The black-robed demon turned his head and saw Dongbua Shuiying appearing behind him. His malevolent demon face was twisted with fear. Terror filled this rank 5 demon's heart. Pooh! With just a single spear strike, the black-robed demon's body disintegrated. Dongbua Shuiying calmly stood in midair, waiting for the particles to recover. Every time they recovered, he would stab out with his spear. Every spear strike was filled with killing intent, hatred, and anger. Sister Ling Shu, Brother Zhong Tu, Brother Ba Ming, I've avenged all of you. Dongbua Shuiying's emotions were boiling. His eyes were slightly moist. These good friends of many years had all been ambushed and killed in the past few days. These rank 5 demons he had killed were all active in the 5 northern provinces. Other than Sister Ling Shu and the other 2, there were many other transcendent friends he had drunk with in the other provinces. Even though his relationship with them was not as deep as Sister Lingshu and the others. Every single one of them was drinking and laughing with him. His extraordinary memory allowed Dongbua Shui-ing to clearly remember every single word they said to him, as well as their expressions when they spoke. We, the Xia people, will never forget your sacrifices. Dongbua Shui-ing's final spear strike caused the black-robed demon's body to completely dissipate. He could no longer recover. Sila, the spatial membrane was torn apart. The black-robed teenager walked into the chaotic spatial layer. Si Kongyang, Qiu Qibai, and Mountain Lord he quickly rushed over. How is it? Have we been exposed? Qiu Qibai asked. If they were to be exposed to the demon generals, the other 4 demon bases would most likely retreat. Chapter 209. It shouldn't have been exposed. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Shouldn't have. Qiu Qibai, Si Kongyang, and Mountain Lord he hesitated. Dongbua Shui-ing explained. I instantly killed all the weaker demons, but there were still 3 rank 4 demons and 2 rank 5 demons that survived. Only after close combat was I able to kill them one by one. I don't know if this heart-linking demon was among the last 5 demons. If he was among them, I'm afraid he would have been exposed. Haha, according to the records, the heart-linking demons are very pitiful. They were nurtured by the Abyss demonic god's cruel secret technique, and a large number of weak demons died tragically. Only an extremely small number survived. Qiu Qibai laughed. The vitality of demons is extremely strong, but they still died tragically because this cruel secret technique targets the soul. Many of the demons' souls could not withstand it and directly dissipated. Even if they succeeded, there would be a large number of secret technique imprints on their souls. Simply put, their souls have already become a kind of communication device. Once they activate the secret technique imprints on their souls, they would be able to communicate even across different worlds. Although the soul became a communication device, it still caused severe damage to the soul. Qiu Qibai said, it is very hard for them to cultivate and become stronger. Mountain Lord, he also smiled. The heart-linking demon is almost definitely a rank 1 or 2 weak demon. The possibility of becoming a rank 4 or 5 demon is less than 1 in a million. The possibility of being exposed is extremely low. If we were to be exposed, we can only blame our bad luck. Si Kongyang patted Dongbua Shui-ing's shoulder. Snow Eagle, good job! At this moment, Si Kongyang's mood was both happy and complicated. In the past, he was angry at Dongbua Shui-ing for being stubborn in his cultivation, and his care and attention towards him had turned into anger. However, 10 years later, when Dongbua Shui-ing displayed his astonishing talent on the path to heaven, he finally understood his mistake. And now, Dongbua Shui-ing had directly destroyed a demon nest in a minor transcendent world. Regardless of whether he was exposed or not, the greatest threat to the Xia people's transcendence had already disappeared. Because even if he was exposed, the demon generals would be shocked and immediately evacuate the elites of the other 4 demon nests. It's nothing. Dongbua Shui-ing said, I only sacrificed some time to fight. Sister Lingshu and many others sacrificed their lives. Qiu Qibai, Si Kongyang, and Mountain Lord he were all silent. 20% of the transcendence of the Xia people had died over the years. Whether it was Mountain Lord he's black, white deity mountain, or Si Kongyang's water Taoist faction, there were many casualties. Many were familiar to them. That's why I've always been proud of being a Xia people. Mountain Lord, he opened his mouth. In the past, he had always been calm and indifferent, but at this moment, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. It is precisely because so many transcendents were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Xia people that we, the Xia people, were able to become the masters of this mortal world. If not for the generations of transcendents fighting bravely, if not for our ancestors who entered the deity realm and still cherishing our homeland, our Xia people would have long been annihilated. Yes, Shuai nodded. These past few years, he had heard the news of transcendence dying in battle. Every single piece of news was like a knife stabbing into his heart. It also transformed his heart, and he cherished everything in front of him even more. It also made him understand that the reason the Xia people were able to survive to this day was because of the sacrifice of countless Xia people's ancestors. They even sacrificed their lives. If not for the sacrifices of our ancestors, the Xia people would have perished long ago. Perhaps he, Dongbu Shuang, would not have been born. Let's move quickly, Si Kongyang hastily said, the sooner the better. If the demon general tries to contact the demons in the minor transcendent world, but is unable to contact them, that would also expose us. Dongbu Shuang and the rest nodded their heads. Getting rid of a nest was equivalent to getting rid of a group of elite demons. Tier 5 demons were extremely rare. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to come across another one. Let's go to the next location. In the interlayer of space, a group of 4 people shuttled through the void and rushed to another place. Infernal Palace. Palace Lord Qin was currently standing outside the door of his study room. He stood there, silently by himself. The others in the Infernal Palace did not know how nervous the Palace Lord was. Palace Lord Qin was waiting for news, for the result. He was afraid that Dongbu Shuang's attack would fail. After all, no matter how confident he was, the result would always make him anxious. We must succeed. We must break through the demon's array. Palace Lord Chen's heart was filled with hope. We cannot fail. If we fail, our Xia people will be attacked by the demonic clones of the Tier 5 demons. Every second was so difficult to bear. Palace Lord Chen's forehead was filled with sweat. The lives of half of the Xia people was enough to make him nervous. Suddenly, a piece of news came. Success! The first demon nest has been eliminated. Dongbu Shuang's news came. Palace Lord Chen was stunned, followed by ecstasy. Success, success! Ha ha ha! That's great, that's great! I knew that Dongbu Shuang would not let me down. Palace Lord Qin was incomparably excited. Following that, more news came. Old Qin, Snow Eagle, succeeded, and he killed all the weak demons in an instant. The demon generals should not know yet. Dongbu Shuang succeeded in eliminating the first demon nest and should not have been exposed. Success, Snow Eagle, is indeed amazing. Palace Lord, we should not have been exposed. Prepare to head to the second nest. The news from Si Kongyang and the other 2 made Palace Lord Qin even happier. Looks like Snow Eagle's first plan succeeded. Palace Lord Qin was overjoyed. Before this operation, only he and Dongbu Shuang had been preparing. He had also heard Dongbu Shuang mention 2 plans. The first plan was to eliminate the weak demons at the first moment so that the news would not be leaked. If the formation was too powerful and they could not infiltrate it, they could only use the second plan, a frontal attack. That would definitely be exposed. Very good. It's good that we are not exposed. Kill as many of these demons as possible. Palace Lord Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. These damned demons! How dare they invade the Xia people's world? All of them must be eliminated. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The entire Xia people's world was very peaceful. Although the hidden demons would occasionally sneak attack a few small places, the impact on the entire Xia people's world was negligible. Countless people lived ordinary lives or worked hard for survival or for cultivation, crying for love, hiding for hatred, scheming for ambition. The countless mortals in this world had their own way of living. But while they were living such lives, they did not know that behind the scenes in this world at this moment, currently there was a transcendent called Shuai who, along with 3 other demigods of the Xia clan, were currently attacking demon lairs. Because this time they had succeeded. More transcendents had survived. In the next 1,000 years, the lives of the demons would be even more difficult, and their savagery would be greatly reduced. Hence, the number of mortals that survived was probably in the hundreds of millions. In one of the small transcendent worlds, there was also a demon palace here where a group of powerful elite demons resided. Among them, their leader was the strongest among all the grade 5 demons that had invaded this time. Demon G-Er Luo. Chapter 210. In the depths of the majestic demon palace, within the most luxurious palace hall, the doors had long been shut. On the floor of the palace hall, which was about half a kilometer long, sat a demon in golden armor. His entire body was covered with a layer of crimson scales, and he wore golden armor and golden boots. His closed eyelids were suffused with a faint, bloody glow. On his head, a pair of crimson curved horns pierced the sky. While he sat cross-legged and meditated, the 2 Tier 4 demons serving him inside the hall did not dare to make a sound. Because G-Er Luo's status was too high, even the demon generals would treat him as an equal when interacting with him. He had grasped hold of 2 grade, 3 true meanings, one of which had reached the stage 2 realm. What was certain was that as long as he spent some time, he would definitely become a demigod. Furthermore, with his talent, he would be able to fight against the other demon generals very quickly after becoming a demigod. The moment one of his true meanings reached the stage 3 realm, his combat power would be ranked at the top amongst the demon generals. After all, there was a huge difference between grasping hold of a grade 3 true meaning and grasping hold of 2. As long as he was given time to grow, he would definitely become an existence standing at the peak of the demon generals. Naturally, his status was special. The other rank 5 demons would have to be respectful in front of him. Even now, he had the combat power of an experienced demigod. G-Er Luo opened his eyes. His blood-colored pupils were filled with a terrifying killing intent. He stood up. It's really boring to stay in this minor, transcendent world. G-Er Luo swept his gaze across the empty palace hall with a trace of impatience in his eyes. He knew that the 5 demon generals wanted him to stay in the minor, transcendent world because they were afraid that he would be killed by the demigods of the Xia people in the mortal world. After all, the demons were currently at a disadvantage. Every bit of power had to be cherished. G-Er Luo would most likely have the combat power of a demon general in another 100 or 200 years. Thus, he was ordered to stay in the safest minor, transcendent world. Just 5 kilometers away from G-Er Luo, in another ordinary palace hall in the demon palace, there were no demons here. After all, the entire demon palace occupied an area of 50 kilometers. There were a total of dozens of demons here. Naturally, many places were empty. A mysterious and vast power descended. Although the evil magic array had sealed off the space here, in the face of this mysterious and vast power, the so-called evil magic array was like an ant in front of a deity. The gap between the two was unimaginably large, and it could not affect this power in the slightest. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. There's a newbie? How troublesome. This is a difficult mission, and there's actually a newbie. A man whose body seemed to be made of black metal glanced at the corner, and then transmitted his voice to a handsome young man beside him. Big brother, should we get rid of him first? Our mission is very dangerous, and this newbie doesn't know anything. I'm afraid that he will ruin our mission. Although the temple will punish us if we get rid of him, we can bear it. At the same time, his other 2 companions also received his voice transmission. This newbie is quite handsome. I really can't bear to part with him. A succubus girl licked her scarlet lips. I don't agree. The red-robed woman sent a voice transmission. This mission is very dangerous. This newbie was actually chosen by the temporal temple to join us, so his strength is definitely not weak. As long as we use him well, he will be a force to be reckoned with. You guys should understand, if we are careless in this mission, more than half of us will die here. Big brother, what do you think? The black metal man looked at the handsome young man. This newbie appeared here and only calmly observed us. He did not panic at all. Such calmness. I feel that we should temporarily become teammates. The handsome young man transmitted his voice. Their small team quickly came to a decision. The handsome young man smiled and said, "My name is Lai Hua. I believe that you have already received the message that the temporal temple left for you." "That's right. You have been chosen by the temporal temple. From today onwards, you will be one of the members of the temporal temple that roams the billions of worlds." Temporal temple? That newbie was a purple-robed young man with long and narrow eyes. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. I never thought that I would be so unlucky to be forcefully captured by the temporal temple. I've always heard that the members of the temporal temple roam the various worlds, even the deity world and the dark abyss. But to actually be chosen, it still feels very uncomfortable. Now that space-time has been locked, we have a period of preparation time. During this period of preparation, we will be absolutely safe. The flow of time here is very fast, while the flow of time in the outside world is relatively still. The handsome young man said, "Let's cut the crap and have a simple chat. First, tell me, your name or code name is fine too. Name? Since I have been chosen by the temporal temple, my name is already a thing of the past. You can call me Blade Demon." The purple-robed young man said, "Blade Demon?" The handsome young man nodded slightly. The members of the temporal temple usually used code names, and very few used their real names. This was because it was rumored that some powerful gods and devils could obtain a lot of information through their real names. They roamed the countless worlds and experienced too much danger. Therefore, no matter how cautious they were, it was never excessive. "I won't ask you how strong you are," the handsome young man said indifferently. "I'm afraid that you won't honestly tell me all your methods anyway. Since you have the qualifications to participate in this mission, your strength is definitely not weak. When the time comes, you will act according to the circumstances. After all, you are a newbie and don't have any space-time points. Once the mission fails, you will fall into hell, and you'll have to undergo 3 consecutive hellish missions. You must succeed in every mission. As long as you fail or die again, your soul will be destroyed." "I understand. I will definitely do my best to help you." The purple-robed Blade Demon said, "This mission is of the hard difficulty. As a newbie, I do not wish to attempt the even harder hell difficulty. Furthermore, I do not wish to attempt it 3 times in a row." The hellish difficulty mission had a slim chance of survival. 3 times in a row, just thinking about it made one's heart turn cold. "Very good," the handsome young man said. "Let us first talk about the basic situation of this mission. Mission difficulty, hard difficulty. It is 1 level lower than the hellish difficulty. Under normal circumstances, half of us would die. However, we have made preparations this time. As long as we cooperate well, there is still hope for us to survive. Mission objective: protect the demon G-Er Luo from the pursuit of the Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shuang. Survive for a day and send him safely into the mortal world of the Xia people. Mission background: the rank 5 demon G-Er Luo led 2 other rank 5 demons and many other elite demons to build a demon nest. They are waiting for an opportunity to send their magic doppelgangers into the Xia people's world to attack. As for the Xia people's transcendent, Dongbua Shuang, he is about to kill his way into this small transcendent world alone to kill all the demons. The handsome young man said, "The mission seems simple, but remember, the mission description is G-Er Luo is leading 2 other rank 5 demons. In the dark abyss, the strong are respected. Since G-Er Luo is able to lead the other 2 rank 5 demons, then his strength must surpass ordinary rank 5 demons. My guess is that he should have the strength of a demigod. I'm afraid he is not just at the threshold of demigod." The succubus girl laughed. "I live in the dark abyss. Rank 5 demons are very strong. Among them, there are many who have the strength of a demigod. He can lead them. I'm afraid there will be a qualitative difference between them and ordinary rank 5 demons. The handsome young man nodded. He is very strong and is leading so many demons. Moreover, he is in his own lair. However, the mission to protect him is actually a hard difficulty. I can only say that this Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shui Ing is very scary. Chapter 211. I have also received this mission notification, the handsome teenager said. The purple-robed blade demon listened attentively. The members of the temporal temple roamed the billions of worlds and encountered all sorts of dangers. If they did not receive any mission notification, it would be difficult for them to complete the mission, and if they were strong enough, they would be nurtured by the temporal temple. The temple would not be willing to let them die so easily. Thus, there would be a mission notification. To be able to receive a mission notification meant that this handsome teenager was extremely powerful. The mission notification is the Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shui Ing has grasped the true meaning of extreme piercing. The handsome teenager revealed a smile. The name Dongbua Shui Ing had given him was exactly the same as the one the deity world had given him. Extreme piercing? Is it related to the legendary grade 1 true meaning of extremity? The purple-robed teenager asked. The black metal construct male sneered. Of course it's related. Extreme piercing is a branch of the true meaning of extremity. It is a grade 2 true meaning, and it is an offensive true meaning. If not for Big Brother, all of us would have died in this mission. It's almost impossible for us Saint class transcendents to survive under the true meaning of extreme piercing. Very powerful. The purple-robed blade demon was puzzled. How powerful? He had never heard of it before. Extreme piercing is even faster than teleportation. Don't even think of using teleportation to escape. The black metal construct man said coldly, it is able to break through the dual obstructions of space and matter. Even if you are wearing a demigod battle armor, you will not be able to escape. Even if you are wearing a demigod battle armor, it can still enter your body. Your defenses are useless. Furthermore, because it is an offensive true meaning, its offensive power is much stronger than ordinary grade 2 true meanings. In a real battle, this Dongbua Shui Ing can appear in front of us instantly and disintegrate our bodies with a single move. Even an undying body is useless. This kind of destruction is on the particle level. Even an undying body cannot withstand more than a few moves. The black metal construct male looked at the purple-robed blade demon. This blade demon was stunned. It was too frightening. A grade 2 true meaning was a legendary true meaning. A purely offensive grade 2 true meaning was even more frightening. The handsome youth replied, we have already paid a huge price to prepare a spell formation, so that this Xia people, transcendent, cannot force his way through. If we don't stop him, we'll only be defeated one by one. We also have a detailed plan for this mission. When the time comes, you just have to act according to the situation. Our preparation time is almost up. Jiro Luo will soon discover us. Buzz, the surrounding space-time began to fluctuate, and the flow of time in the area they were in began to converge with the flow of time in the outside world. In the Demon Palace, Luo's expression suddenly changed. He could sense a powerful aura fluctuation coming from one of the regions within the Demon Palace. Intruder, enemy. It must be the transcendent Xia people. The first to discover it were the 2 rank 3 demons in charge of monitoring the magic array. The magic array enveloped the entire Demon Palace, including a large area around it. The news was immediately sent to the heart-linking demon. A fat demon was eating and drinking to his heart's content when he suddenly received the news. He couldn't help but be surprised. There's an enemy? This fat demon immediately activated his demonic energy. activating the secret runes on his soul. Buzz, at that moment, the reaction of his soul rapidly increased, allowing him to sense another heart-linking demon beside the general. He immediately reported, "A transcendent from the Xia people is attacking." At the same time, the heart-linking demon reported, "Hong, Hong, Hong." Ji-Er Luo immediately turned into a stream of light, charging towards the source of the aura fluctuation. A distance of several kilometers was too short for him. With a single glance, he saw 5 existences emitting auras standing on the plaza. With a single glance, he was slightly startled. "Amen? Succubus? Are they from the metal race?" With a glance, Ji-Er Luo discovered that one of the 5 figures was a succubus from his Abyss demon clan, while the other black metallic male was an extremely rare metal race life form. Regardless, since they had appeared in his territory, Ji-Er Luo did not hesitate to send out a punch. Hong, his fist was dazzling. Countless golden lights gathered on his fist, causing a mysterious transformation to take place. That fist carried a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It tore through everything that stood in its way, and its speed was astonishingly fast. In practically an instant, it blasted over. Its power was so great that, at the very least, it had already reached the level of a veteran demigod. Ji-Er Luo, don't be in such a hurry to act. We aren't your enemies. A strange fluctuation was transmitted directly into Ji-Er Luo's mind. At the same time, the handsome youth smiled and sent out a punch. Black flame Do Chi flew out from his fist, directly colliding with Ji-Er Luo's frightening fist. Pum! When the 2 powers collided, a powerful shockwave immediately spread out in all directions, shattering the ground and causing the surrounding walls of the hall to collapse. The handsome youth, who was at a close distance from the shockwave, floated backwards and landed on the ground. Ji-Er Luo let out a groan. After landing on the ground, he clutched his chest and revealed a pained expression. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the handsome youth in shock, because his body had reached the stage 2 realm of the true meaning of golden brilliance. It was extremely tyrannical. No matter how many ordinary rank 5 demons attacked him, he would dare to use his body to withstand it without suffering any injuries. However, in just a single exchange, he was actually injured. Of course, with the undying body, he could immediately recover, so this kind of injury did not affect him much. Kill! Just as the 2 of them exchanged blows, the other 2 rank 5 demons and the rest of the demons arrived. Humph! The red-robed lady by the side coldly snorted. Suddenly, a majestic magic power activated the boundless heaven and earth energy. Although these demons could control the heaven and earth energy, at this moment, they could not compete with this red-robed lady. In an instant, red lotuses suddenly grew in many areas of the palace that occupied an area of 50 kilometers. These red lotuses abruptly wrapped around the demons that were flying over. In an instant, the 2 rank 5 demons and the rest of the demons were all wrapped by the red lotuses, and for a moment, they were unable to struggle out. So strong! Ji-Er Luo's expression changed slightly. This red-robed lady was a transcendent mage. Furthermore, she was an extremely terrifying mage. In terms of strength, she might not be any weaker than him. If we were to make a move, Ji-Er Luo, you might still be able to struggle a little. However, your subordinates would probably be dead by now. The handsome young man smiled as he extended his arm, revealing his smooth forearm. On the skin of his forearm, there was a strange pattern. Looking at this pattern, one would feel as though they had fallen into an endless space-time whirlpool, causing one's heart to palpitate. Temporal temple? Ji-Er Luo was shocked. You are reincarnators of the temporal temple? However, his hostility had already been greatly reduced. In the countless worlds, in the dark abyss, in the deity world, there were truly peak powers. For example, the temporal temple and the bloodshed tavern. The existences behind them all stood at the peak of all the worlds. The mighty existence behind the temporal temple was known as the strongest existence in the world of space-time. Even the laws of the material world could not stop that existence. Thus, he was able to capture countless people and put them through countless tempering. He would eliminate the weak and leave behind the strong. Furthermore, he would prepare the best cultivation methods and environment. The reason why those who were chosen were called reincarnators was because every mission they took was filled with the danger of death. Some of them almost died. Every mission was like a cycle of life and death. Thus, they were called reincarnators. This sort of selection, this resulted in the strength of the temporal temple being very strong. Naturally, they were one of the peak powers in the countless worlds. Actually, the Bloodshed Tavern, which was comparable to the temporal temple, as well as the other peak powers, all had their own terrifying aspects. However, in the mortal worlds, the other great powers were at a disadvantage. This was because the mortal worlds belonged to the material world. Deities could not directly descend, relying on their world projection. Too weak, relying on their deity avatars. The price was too high. It was extremely difficult to send some treasures into the mortal worlds. However, the temporal temple could easily enter the mortal worlds, of course. Under the tacit agreement of the various powers, the temporal temple was forbidden from building their own temples in the countless mortal worlds. Another example was the Bloodshed Tavern. They had their own branches in the countless mortal worlds. However, they were forbidden from spreading their religion. Why are you reincarnators of the temporal temple getting involved? G.R. Luo frowned and shouted. The missions of the temporal temple's reincarnators were for them to undergo life and death tempering. Sometimes they would help one side, and sometimes they would help the other. The temporal temple had even arranged for their own reincarnators to help two opposing sides in a fight. Help you? The handsome youth sneered. You still don't understand? If we wanted to act, we would have done it long ago. You should understand that you are not our match. G.R. Luo's expression changed, but he nodded slightly. I believe you. Help me? What do I need your help for? Red Leaf, have you finished setting up the arrays? The handsome youth looked at the red-robed lady beside him. She was a companion with similar strength to him, and he trusted her the most. The arrays that prevent spatial penetration have been set up, the red-robed lady said. She had already started setting up the arrays with the help of the red lotuses that covered the entire demon palace. The other arrays will require some time. Hurry up. Dongbua Shuang should be arriving soon. The handsome youth urged. Dongbua Shuang? G.R. Luo was slightly uncertain. Are you talking about the Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shuang? Yes, the handsome youth nodded. But this Xia people's transcendent only has the strength of a rank 5 demon. Why would he come to my place? G.R. Luo frowned. In the middle layer of space, Dongbua Shuang, Qiu Qi Bai, Mountain Lord He, and Sikong Yang tore through the void and arrived outside the membrane of a minor transcendent world. This is the third one. Dongbua Shuang looked at the huge world membrane in front of him. Just now, he had already swept through the second demon nest. Everything went smoothly. Although a rank 5 demon tore through space and tried to escape, Qiu Qi Bai and the other 2 demigods were guarding the corresponding area outside. He had walked right into their trap. I'm going in. Dongbua Shuang smiled and tore through the spatial membrane. Be careful, Qiu Qi Bai reminded. Don't be careless just because everything went smoothly. I understand. Dongbua Shuang took a step forward and entered the minor transcendent world, disappearing from their vision. Chapter 212. In the desert, Dongbua Shuang walked out of a spatial tear. He closed his eyes and borrowed the true meaning of star to sense the surrounding space. He was able to sense his surroundings. It's 6,000 li ahead. Dongbua Shuang immediately confirmed the exact location. That area was sealed, and he could sense that the space there was deathly still. At the same time, his Chi avatar in Snorok Castle immediately sent a message over. Chiochi Bai, Sikong and Mountain Lord He, who were in the middle layer of space, immediately tore through the void and rushed to that location. They stood guard at the spatial zone corresponding to the demon lair. So, Dongbua Shui immediately dove into the depths of the earth and rushed towards his target with his maximum speed. A distance of 6,000 li was nothing to the current Dongbua Shuang. He flew at high speed underground. With the true meaning of stars' control over the earth, not only were the rocks and soil not obstructing him, they even assisted him, allowing him to fly at a terrifying speed. I've arrived. Underground, the flowing light turned into a black-robed youth. Amen. Dongbua Shui started to sense the area carefully. He used the true meaning of extreme piercing to sense the spatial zone around his target. He could feel the layers of obstructions sealing the area. However, he did not care about these. Very soon, Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. What's going on? Why is there such a turbulent energy? 7 different energies were intertwining like ropes. They were incomparably tough and vast. He could not pierce through them at all. Why is there such a formation? The previous 2 demon lair did not have such a formation. Dongbua Shui frowned. Moreover, I feel that the demon army would not have much use for such a formation. Dongbua Shui had a feeling that he was being targeted. A ripple suddenly spread out from the demon palace. It passed through the sky and penetrated deep into ground. Naturally, it swept past Dongbua Shui. I've been discovered. Dongbua Shui was also very calm. This is strange. I was actually discovered in advance. Moreover, the formation here is also able to restrict my extreme piercing. Since we can't sneak in directly, we'll crush them head-on. So. His figure flickered, and in just 2 teleportations, he was already on the ground, right in front of Dongbua Shui. Shrouded in a layer of dark mist, a devil palace that occupied an area of hundreds of miles could be vaguely seen. Moreover, there were all kinds of chaotic and turbulent powers that could not be seen by the naked eye around the demon palace. It was this power that prevented Dongbua Shui from sneaking in. I've been discovered in advance, and this demon's lair has a formation that just happens to restrain my penetration. Dongbua Shui immediately informed Palace, Lord Qin, Chi Bai, and the others. Something doesn't feel right. Since we've been discovered, I'll just attack them head-on. There's a formation that can restrain you. We rushed here immediately after the first 2 lairs were destroyed. Even if we sent the formation, it wouldn't be this fast. How could this be? Is it because this lair is special? All of them were confused. Snow Eagle, be careful. Your safety is the most important. Now that we've succeeded, killing a few more demons is a small matter. Palace, Lord Chan instructed. Chi Bai and the others also instructed. They could not help much now, and Dongbua Shui could only rely on himself in the minor, transcendent world. Since we've been exposed, I'll immediately send a few more demigods over to help. After a simple exchange, with a group of Xia people, demigods, guarding outside, Dongbua Shui was not worried at all. He knew that his opponents were the ones inside this demon palace. Since we've been discovered, there's no rush to act. Let's investigate first before acting. Dongbua Shui made use of the true meaning of star to control the surrounding 50 kilometers and carefully sense the situation. What? A transcendent attack from Xia people? The temporal temple is here to protect you? When the 5 demon generals received the news from Ji Luo, they were shocked. The temporal temple could peer through time and space to see what had happened in the past. One must know that the past could not be changed. The future was uncertain. As long as the temporal temple was willing to investigate, they would be able to find out what had happened in the past. Since they had arranged for this mission, it was obvious that the temporal temple was certain that the Xia people had the absolute advantage in terms of offense. They immediately contacted the other demon lairs. No response. 2 lairs did not respond. They actually destroyed 2 lairs without a sound. They were truly shocked by the result of this contact. They had sent a total of 5 teams to 5 minor, transcendent worlds. Moreover, each team had 3 rank 5 demons, as well as a few arrays from the demon army. But now the Saint Transcendent of the Xia people was actually able to destroy 2 lairs without the heart-linking demon sending any news? This was too terrifying. Flee, flee, quickly flee, the 5 demon generals ordered. The other 2 teams immediately followed the orders and retreated. After all, the number of demigods of the Xia people was limited. Furthermore, the minor transcendent worlds were too big. It was unrealistic to completely seal off a minor transcendent world from a space layer. Qi Bai and the other 2 only followed the information provided by Dongbua Shuiying and guarded the corresponding positions of the demon lairs. Under the pursuit of Dongbua Shuiying, the demon lairs had fled in panic, allowing them to wait for their prey. But without Dongbua Shuiying's pursuit, the demon lairs could casually tear through the spatial membrane of the minor transcendent world and leave. There was no way to seal it. Secondly, among the demigods of the Xia people, there were also people from the demonic faction. That was why this operation was so secretive. Even Si Kongyang and the other 2, who were extremely trusted, only knew about the operation at the last moment. If they were to inform the demonic faction, the demon faction would have long since retreated. I can't escape. Dongbua Shuiying has already arrived. He is just outside the array. He is currently observing and is not in a hurry to act. G-Air Luo stood there, while the heart-linking demon controlled his demonic energy to form a huge illusion. Within the illusion, 5 demon generals could be seen. Dongbua Shuiying? You are saying that the transcendent from the Xia people is Dongbua Shuiying. The 5 demon generals were startled. Are there any other Xia people? No, there is only Dongbua Shuiying. According to the people from the temporal temple, Dongbua Shuiying came alone. Although G-Air Luo was somewhat unconvinced, he still replied honestly, the temporal temple's reincarnators are much stronger than us. But to deal with Dongbua Shuiying is still extremely dangerous. He has already started his attack. G-Air Luo immediately said, I don't have much time to say. The 5 demon generals were anxious and helpless. They had no other choice. It was impossible for them to foolishly charge over. Selfishness, cunningness, and cruelty were the nature of demons. They could guess that the demigods of the Xia people would definitely be guarding outside the minor transcendent world. Would they be courting death? Dongbua Shuiying observed for a while, but did not gain much. Who cares? Attack! Dongbua Shuiying stood there and extended his right hand. He raised his index finger and middle finger and pointed towards the demon palace that was shrouded in black fog. Xiu! 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 Strands of battle qi flew out from Dongbua Shuiying's 2 fingertips. Every strand of battle qi contained the power of the true meaning of extreme piercing. It directly collided with the spirit design in front of it. Hong, hong, hong. Every attack had the power of a veteran demigod. Furthermore, the laws of profound mysteries were extremely terrifying, causing destruction from the deepest level. Their efficiency was also astonishing. The array was also having a hard time under such attacks. Immediately, it expended its energy to defend. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Dongbua Shuiying just stood there. His index and middle fingers continuously shot out strands of transcendent battle qi. He was prepared to use this move to destroy the array. Chapter 213. As the attack on the array continued, Palace Lord Qin sent another 3 demigods to meet up with Qi Bai and Si Kongyang. How many demigods did the Xia people have? At this point, the news could no longer be kept a secret. Furthermore, this operation had already been exposed, and all the demon generals knew about it. There was no point in keeping it a secret anymore. Thus, When Palace Lord Chun sent City Lady Boo and the 3 demigods, he did not request for it to be kept a secret. What? Snow Eagle grasped hold of a great, too true meaning? On a flower boat, the bald and skinny old man Chao Ching was originally happily drinking wine and watching the beauties dancing on the boat. Of course, he was also borrowing the world energy to search for traces of demons within a 500-kilometer radius. But now, Si Kong Yang's transmission had him in disbelief. He grasped hold of a grade, too true meaning? Is this real? Old man Chao Ching continued asking, why was there no news of Snow Eagle grasping hold of the embryonic form of a grade, too true meaning? Now you're suddenly telling me that he grasped hold of a grade, too true meaning? Brother Chao, how could I lie about such matters? Actually, back in the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world, Snow Eagle had already grasped hold of the embryonic form of a grade, too true meaning. But you also know how big the impact of this matter is. In the entire history of the Xia people, there was only one such person. Once the demonic faction and Sorcerer Palace knew of this, they would definitely spare no effort to kill Snow Eagle. Thus, we did not dare to make it public. Right? You guys did the right thing. Then why are you telling me now? Old man Chao Ching continued asking. This time, Snow Eagle killed his way into the minor transcendent worlds alone and destroyed many demon lairs. You should know of this as well. The Abyss demons have built a total of 5 lairs in the minor transcendent worlds. 2 of them have already been destroyed. They are currently attacking the 3rd one, but the 3rd one is slightly special. This matter has already been exposed, and the demon generals already know of it. Thus, this matter is no longer kept a secret. Haha, so that's the case. Even the demon generals know of it. This old man only has the chance to find out. Old man Chao Ching grinned. This caused the dancing beauties and the musicians on the flower boat to feel puzzled. Why was the old man laughing like a fool? However, since the old man was paying them, they didn't dare to say anything. Tell the Snow Eagle to be careful. This 3rd fiend lair is somewhat special. His safety is the most important. Old man Chao Ching transmitted. He is still young now, but in a few hundred years he will truly sweep through the world. Even if all the other demigods worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. What demon generals? What demonic faction? They're no longer threats. Old man Chao Ching was in high spirits. In history, when the ancestor of the Xia people with a grade 2 true meaning was born, the Xia people were invincible in that era. This was very normal. For example, the birth of gods. For example, the birth of a heaven-defying demigod. They would make their race invincible for an entire era. In history, the demonic beast clan also gave birth to a deity, allowing the demonic beasts to be invincible for an era. The Xia people could only hide in the infernal realm, transcendent, or even God, all of them cultivated by themselves. Thus, their individual combat power could be very terrifying. It was very normal for one person to sweep through a group of powerful abyss demons. Dongbua Shui Ing had just grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning, but he was already showing signs of being extraordinary. With his own strength, he was able to sweep through a group of powerful abyss demons. He did not even need to condense a true deity heart. As long as his grade 2 true meaning reached the stage 3 realm, he would be able to completely suppress an era, invincible for an era. This brat is really amazing. Old man Chao Ching grinned. At this moment, there were other demigods from the Xia people who were discussing this matter with him. Almost every single demigod from the Xia people, other than those from the demonic faction, who were normally loyal to the Xia people, were incomparably excited. The birth of such an existence meant that the Xia people would soon be invincible for an era. Being invincible for an era was an extremely delightful matter. The foundation of the Xia people would also become stronger during this period of time. The days of the Xia people would also become more comfortable. Back then, I could already tell that this brat was not ordinary. My foresight is still not bad. Old man Chao Qing was extremely pleased. He could feel himself gradually aging. In fact, seeing the demons descend before his death made him extremely sad and indignant, because the demons' descent would cause a large number of transcendents from the Xia people to fall. Countless mortals would die. His heart ached, but he was powerless. He could only do his best to kill the demons. He could not change the situation. But today's news had made old man Chao Qing incomparably happy. Firstly, the demons' nests were destined to be destroyed. Those that were not exterminated would take the initiative to retreat. The number of transcendents from the Xia people would greatly decrease in the future. Furthermore, Dongbo Shuiying's growth had sounded the death knell for the demon generals. It had also sounded the horn of invincibility for the Xia people for an era. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. That time he was scolded badly by Sikong. I was afraid that he would not be able to recover from this setback. Who would have thought that this brat would be so calm? Furthermore, he did not change his mind at all. He walked his own path wholeheartedly. That was probably the case, after which he grasped hold of the embryonic form of a grade 2 true meaning. Chao Qing quickly deduced. It's a pity that this matter was kept a secret. Otherwise, I would have definitely taken a look at Sikong's face to see if it was swollen. Chao Qing laughed heartily. He was extremely pleased. This day was the happiest day in the past 1,000 years. Even though he was about to die of old age, he was able to witness the rise of a peerless character destined to leave his name in the history of the Xia people. He was also able to witness the prosperity of the Xia people for thousands of years to come. Not only Chao Qing, but the demigods of the Xia people were also incomparably excited. This joyous event was truly unexpected. There were no signs of it at all. They all understood that following the rise of Dongbo Shuiying, the entire world situation would change. Originally, the world was in a precarious situation, but now the power of the Xia people would continue to rise until they could completely suppress the demons and the demonic faction. Of course, they were also slightly worried about the situation within the minor, transcendent world. After all, this third demon nest seemed to be somewhat special. However, due to their absolute confidence in grasping hold of a grade 2 true meaning, they also believed that this attack, at most, there would be some troubles. Dongbo Shuiying's life should not be in any danger. They were looking forward to it. The 5 demon generals were also looking forward to it. The demonic faction would also be enraged when they received the news. The Xia people had confidence in Dongbo Shuiying. As for the 5 demon generals and the demonic faction, they were placing their hopes on the temporal temple's reincarnators. The temporal temple's reincarnators traversed the millions and millions of worlds. Any team of reincarnators could not be underestimated. They all had the possibility of creating miracles. They also believed that since the temporal temple had arranged for this mission, this team should have the strength to complete it. Looking forward to it. Both sides were looking forward to it and waiting. The minor transcendent world could only be entered by saint transcendents. Now, how many saint transcendents were arranged to enter? Even if they desperately sent rank 5 demons in, it would be pointless. Furthermore, the demigods of the Xia people were still standing guard outside. Sending rank 5 demons would most likely be sending them to their deaths within the minor transcendent world. Hong hong hong. More than half of the array covering the demon palace had already been destroyed. The remaining array was on the verge of collapse, and its energy was being rapidly consumed. Chapter 214. Today was the second chapter. We can't hold on for much longer. The energy of the array will be depleted soon, and it will naturally collapse. G.R. Luo's blood-red eyes were filled with anxiety. We can only face it head-on. For this level of array, demigod transcendent mages or demigod demons could use their own energy to sustain the array. However, in this small transcendent world, there was no demigod. G.R. Luo and the reincarnators of the temporal temple although they had high cultivation bases. Their energy had yet to reach the demigod realm. They were unable to supply the array. Although the Temporal Temple's team had some treasures, they had their own arrangements and would not waste it on an array that was destined to be broken. Wasting more energy would only buy them some time. What's the point of saying such nonsense? You should make use of this opportunity to observe the strength of the Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shuang. The handsome youth Lai Hua said coldly, "When the time comes, you can be prepared." Ji Luo did not explain, but stared outside. Every strand of Do Qi shot out, and every attack shocked him. In terms of the power of each strike, it was probably equivalent to his own strength. However, the laws of profound mysteries were much stranger. My true meaning of golden brilliance was comprehended when I was weak and watched the battle between the two great demon gods. That was how I managed to reach where I am today. Ji Luo gritted his teeth unwillingly. However, he was a human living in the mortal world and could not have seen a battle between gods. He actually grasped a true meaning that was more profound than mine. Back then, Ji Luo was still very young and had just been born. He was hiding in the endless blood-red wasteland, struggling at death's door. He was afraid that he would be killed and eaten by other demons. However, one day, two terrifying demon gods had a huge battle. The battle scene was incomparably terrifying, and the shockwaves spread in all directions. Countless demons died because of it. As Ji Luo was very far away, although he vomited blood when the shockwaves reached him, he was not in danger of dying. At that time, he watched in shock. He saw a black sun. That black sun was faintly intertwined with countless black lightning bolts, causing the black sun to have an incomparably terrifying might. That scene, he would never forget it. As he cultivated, he used that terrifying black sun as a reference and comprehended the true meaning of golden brilliance. This was a powerful grade 3 true meaning. However, he felt that there was still a huge gap between him and the black sun. Thus, he continued to comprehend it. Now that he had grasped hold of the grade 3 true meaning, the true meaning of space edge, he wanted to fuse the true meaning of space edge with it. He wanted his true meaning to evolve, to get closer to that black sun. I do have a reference, but he's a human from the mortal world, yet. Ji Luo was truly unwilling to accept this. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he understood that this Xia people's Dongbua Shuang's true meaning of extreme piercing was much stronger than his. Just by observing the profound mystery of extreme piercing from afar, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. At this moment, the team of reincarnators from the Temporal Temple had complicated feelings when they saw the scene. I traveled to many worlds and was heavily nurtured by the Temporal Temple. I've grasped hold of 4 different grade 3 true meanings, and finally they touched upon each other and evolved, allowing me to grasp hold of a grade 2 true meaning. The handsome teenager Lai Hua had a complicated look on his face. How much have I experienced? I can choose any deity, grade, secret, technique I want. I've even watched the battles between some magnificent existences. I've also experienced the cultivation scenes and even had the personal guidance of a deity. But what about him? He's just a brat from the mortal world. What kind of fortuitous encounter could he have? Lai Hua felt complicated. There was nothing he could do about it. Sometimes there were differences between transcendents. Some transcendents had a terrifying level of concentration and comprehension when it came to cultivation. In his experience of traveling to many worlds, he had heard of a legend before. There was once an ordinary sky realm reincarnator. Amongst the countless reincarnators, this reincarnator was too common. He did not have any heaven-defying performance when he went through missions. He was very ordinary, but on his 5th mission, that time he entered a mortal world. To conceal his identity while completing the mission, this brat had disguised himself as a woodcutter. Furthermore, he had become familiar with some of the woodcutters. When the mission was about to end, one of the woodcutters actually helped him regain his freedom. That's right. Reincarnators had the chance to regain their freedom, but the price was huge. They went through dangerous missions again and again. Although they survived, their strength continued to grow. Even though they survived, many of them still wanted to regain their freedom. However, the price was too high. Of course, the price for a sky realm reincarnator to regain his freedom was equivalent to the entire fortune of a demigod existence. The wood-chopping old man had easily paid the price. Furthermore, that reincarnator regained his freedom. After cultivating with that old man for 30 years, he had grasped hold of the grade one true meaning, the true meaning of splitting heavens. That old man was a terrifying existence. He was a big character in the deity world. That mortal world was under his complete control. It was his backyard. During the simple exchange with the woodcutter, this powerful existence from the deity world had clearly seen through the frightening potential of this sky realm transcendent. Furthermore, this transcendence path was extremely suitable for him. One had to know that it was not easy to find a good disciple. Forcefully giving a disciple a path, even if it was the path of a grade one true meaning, the disciple might not even be able to reach the second level of the realms of myriad existences. That powerful existence from the deity world had not been able to find a disciple that could satisfy him. Thus, when he met a suitable disciple that resonated with his own path, he would naturally groom that disciple. Thus, he immediately helped him regain his freedom. An ordinary reincarnator, because of his potential being discovered by a powerful existence from the deity world, only took 30 years to become a legendary genius who grasped hold of a grade one true meaning. Thus, envy and jealousy were useless. This Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shui-ing did not have the guidance of a powerful existence. Instead, he slowly cultivated in a poor corner of the mortal world. Yet he had grasped hold of a terrifying true meaning like extreme piercing. Would jealousy be of any use? He has grasped hold of a grade two true meaning. I have also grasped hold of a grade two true meaning. For this battle, I have made ample preparations. Perhaps this poor transcendent will die in my hands, Lai Hu thought. Of course, even though he was looking forward to killing a genius, he understood that since this mission was classified as a hard mission, this Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shui-ing was not as simple as he seemed. If that was the case, this made him even more envious. For the sake of grasping hold of a grade two true meaning, he had spent too much time fusing 4 grade 3 true meanings together before he succeeded. How old was Dongbua Shui-ing? How much experience did he have? Hong, 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 one of the formations finally collapsed with a loud bang. Soon, we can't hold on any longer. He's about to reach. G.R. Luo looked at the team of reincarnators from the temporal temple. At this moment, he did not place his hopes on the other demons under him. Are you guys confident? Don't worry. We have prepared a 3-pronged plan. So what if it's a hard mission? He can still die in our hands, the black metallic male said confidently. God General, the handsome teenager Lai Hua frowned. Don't underestimate this Dongbua Shui-ing. Everyone prepare yourselves. Red Leaf, we need you to control the arrays. Don't worry. The red-robed girl nodded slightly. The handsome teenager nodded as well. Let's follow the first part of the plan first. We must kill him in one go. Amen, the other 4 nodded in agreement. Hung, following the sound of the arrays collapsing, both the demons and the reincarnators from the temporal temple felt their hearts tighten. The heart-linking demon, who had long hidden himself far away, transmitted a message to the demon general. General, the arrays have been destroyed. Dongbua Shui-ing is already killing his way over. Chapter 215. Following the advancement of the array, Dongbua Shui-ing got closer and closer to the demon palace. As he got closer, the gravity domain enveloped the experts within the demon palace. Within the gravity domain, these experts were being observed in detail. There are humans. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. Why would humans appear within the demon palace? That black metallic male doesn't look like a human, nor does he look like a demon. This observation caused Dongbua Shueing to feel a knot in his heart. My operation this time was extremely fast. Even if the demon generals sent reinforcements, they shouldn't be this fast. Furthermore, it is unlikely that the demon generals would send human transcendence. Dongbua Shueing used the gravity domain to observe the three humans. They were the handsome youth, the red-robed woman, and the violet-robed man. There were only so many transcendents from the Xia people. Saint transcendents were even rarer. He had seen all of them before, but these three weren't among them. Could they be reincarnators from the temporal temple? Dongbua Shueing guessed. After reading through a large number of scrolls, one would understand one thing. In the mortal world, if one were to meet an unfamiliar expert, or an expert that shouldn't exist, one would immediately suspect that they were reincarnators from the temporal temple, although the Bloodshed Tavern and some other peak powers were comparable to the temporal temple. However, it was extremely difficult for other powers to send experts into the mortal world. Only the temporal temple had countless members that roamed the billions of worlds, even the deity world and the dark abyss. Could it be that the temporal temple had designed my attack on Demon Jier Luo as a mission for their subordinates to train? Dongbua Shueing thought, I have to be careful. The appearance of the unfamiliar expert caused Dongbua Shueing to be on guard. So, when the array completely collapsed, Dongbua Shueing transformed into a ray of light and flew over. Dongbua Shueing is here. The handsome youth, Laihua, looked at the human transcendence of the Xia people flying over and transmitted his order. Execute the first part of the plan. Demon Jier Luo, the red-robed woman, the violet-robed youth, the succubus girl, the black metal man, and the other demons all looked on with serious expressions. Activate the formation. The handsome youth transmitted. Activate. The red-robed lady did not dare to delay any further. Although Dongbua Shueing had destroyed the array, he was still able to destroy it. However, there were some spirit designs that did not directly block it. For example, there were formations that could seal space or prevent extreme piercing. If Dongbua Shueing were to simply fly, he wouldn't be obstructed at all. Dongbua Shueing instantly flew into the vicinity of the demon palace. Suddenly, the sky started to change color. A terrifying blood-red energy started to spread out, causing the entire sky to turn blood-red. Clearly, the formation had been activated. Boom! Dongbua Shueing landed on the ground in front of the entrance of the demon palace. Without any hesitation, he activated his gravity domain. An incomparably terrifying gravitational force instantly enveloped everything within 100 miles of Dongbua Shueing. This area was like a perfect sphere. The majestic demon palace started to crumble. The gravitational force was so terrifying that not only did it shatter into dust, even the most basic material was destroyed. Clearly, under such a gravitational force, even the most basic material could not be maintained. The naked eye could see the space distorting. The gigantic demon palace started to explode one after another before turning into nothingness. It was hard to see with the naked eye. No, not only did the fat, heart-linking demon and the other weaker demons have their weaker organs shattered, even their scales and other parts of their bodies started to shatter. Their bones started to break, and their bodies started to disintegrate. Only rank 3 and rank 4 demons could maintain a complete corpse. In an instant, only Jier Luo and the other 3 rank 5 demons and 1 rank 4 demon were left. Pung pung pung! Large amounts of materials used to set up the formation started to shatter. The gravitational force was too terrifying. Without sufficient stability, it was impossible for anything to remain intact under this kind of gravitational force. The blood-red color that had started to spread across the sky completely dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Not good. The succubus girl was shocked. Her undying body was able to withstand it. The formation has been broken. The purple-robed blade demon, who was in charge of acting according to the situation, felt his heart tighten. Even a fool could see that under this terrifying true meaning of gravity, many of the tools used to set up the formation had been destroyed. Naturally, the formation was useless. Damn it! The handsome youth's face turned ugly. When this terrifying gravitational force descended, his heart sank. Although this Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shui-ing had expected that extreme piercing would not be his only technique, he did not expect it to be a domain-type true meaning like the true meaning of gravity. This type of true meaning was weaker in terms of pure offense or defense. However, it was extremely terrifying in terms of domain effects. Furthermore, from the strength of the gravitational force, his true meaning of gravity should be close to the stage 2 realm. The handsome youth thought to himself. He was knowledgeable and could tell that this gravitational force was at least twice as strong as the true meaning of gravity that had just been grasped. He estimated that it was equivalent to the stage 1 large success stage and was about to break through to the stage 2 realm. However, he did not know that this was because this gravity domain was executed by the true meaning of star. Just like how the moment one grasped the true meaning of extremity, the power of extreme piercing would increase explosively. By the same logic, the gravity domain that was unleashed by the true meaning of star was much stronger than the true meaning of gravity alone. Many true meanings of the same grade could complement each other, but the moment one broke through, it would be a qualitative change. Grade 3 true meanings were very common. For example, the Xia people's world had Qiu Qi Bai and the beast race's great elder. But in the entire history of the Xia people, there was only one person who had a grade 2 true meaning before Dongbua Shuang. As for a grade 1 true meaning, the powerful existences of the deity world had lived for many years to find a good disciple and nurture a grade 1 true meaning into a legend. True meaning of gravity? I hate the true meaning of gravity the most. The black metal construct male's body flew uncontrollably towards Dongbua Shuang. Following that, he tried his best to defend himself before he could stabilize himself. God General, be careful! The handsome youth transmitted. Hide further away and don't participate in the battle. MN, the black metal construct male, was extremely bitter. He was a member of the metal race. With his tyrannical body and his true meaning, he could be considered a valiant general in the team. But as a member of the metal race, his body also had a problem. It was extremely heavy. His body weight was 100 times heavier than a human of the same size. During normal battles, he had great strength, tyrannical body, and ferocious true meanings. But now, because his body was too heavy, under the same gravity, his body weight produced a gravitational force that was 100 times heavier than that of others. This made it very difficult for him to maintain his body. How could he fight? With a single move, he had caused all of them to lose their threat. You guys are from the Temporal Temple? Dongbua Shui-ing shouted, causing the expressions of the handsome youth and the other four to change slightly. From their expressions, Dongbua Shui-ing was able to confirm his guess. Truly extraordinary. All of you are able to survive. Although he said that, he was still flying at high speed to the side. With the help of the gravity domain, he had long discovered the array preventing his extreme piercing. The most important part of the array was the 4 array plates. Those array plates even had the effect of sealing space. He wants to break the array. The red-robed lady transmitted anxiously. Once the array plates were broken, as long as one array plate was broken, the Xia people's transcendent extreme piercing would no longer be able to stop it. The offensive power of extreme piercing was too terrifying. Execute the second plan. The handsome youth transmitted anxiously, feeling bitter in his heart. It was just like how Dongbua Shui-ing liked to use the first plan when attacking the Demon Palace. The first plan was the most perfect and efficient one. Their team was equipped with a total of 5 arrays. But now, out of these 5 arrays, only one was still functioning, while the other 4 had been destroyed. The first plan was destroyed before it could even display its true power. All right. The red-robed lady did not hesitate to control the array. Boom, 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 an endless amount of life force gathered, forming a total of 9 gigantic green vines that were even taller than the Snorok Mountain in Shui Ying's hometown within a radius of several tens of kilometers. These 9 terrifying vines had a large number of vines on them. In an instant, they surrounded Dongbua Shui Ying from all directions. Dongbua Shui Ying could only feel the sky turning dark. He could not see anything else, and could only see countless vines and leaves enveloping him. Chapter 2:16. The 9 huge vines seemed to connect the heavens and the earth as they rapidly closed in on him. This caused Dongbua Shui Ying's expression to change. One look and one could tell that these vines possessed boundless strength. It would be troublesome if he were to be entangled by them. Mage. Dongbua Shui Ying glanced at the red-robed lady who was standing furthest away. If a powerful transcendent was equipped with powerful equipment and arrays, the threat he could unleash would be comparable to a few transcendent knights of the same level. Repel. Dongbua Shui Ying willed. The direction of the gravitational force immediately changed. Originally, the gravitational force was directed towards Dongbua Shui Ying, but now it was directed in the opposite direction. The 9 huge vines that were moving at high speed were too huge. Their mass was also much greater. Under the same level of gravitational force, the force produced was too great. Not only were the 9 huge vines unable to get closer, their bodies were also bent backwards. Clearly, the vines themselves were unable to resist the force produced by the gravitational force. Under my gravity domain, the bigger the body, the more disadvantageous it would be. Dongbua Shui Ying's speed didn't decrease as he rushed towards the nearest array disk. Under his true meaning of gravity, these vines are truly unable to trap the enemy. The handsome youth, Lai Hua, shook his head. Fortunately, this Dongbua Shui Ying only dares to maintain the repulsive force. Although he expected that the effects of this array would be limited, it would be a waste if he didn't activate it. Another more important array was activated at the same time. For a powerful transcendent wizard, activating 2 magic arrays was a piece of cake. Originally, the long vine array was very important, but under the influence of gravity, it was no longer as important. The second array was more important to the reincarnators of the temporal temple. Countless colorful lights appeared out of nowhere. These colorful lights were like fishes in the water. They swam about in a radius of several tens of kilometers, causing the surroundings to be extremely beautiful. Spatial ripple. Suppress. The handsome youth was using his true meaning to control all the colorful lights. The colorful lights produced by the array were extremely powerful, and they were used to complement his domain-type technique. This caused the power of his move to increase explosively. Under the control of the true meaning, countless colorful lights surged towards Dongbua Shui Ying. This caused Dongbua Shui Ying's expression to change slightly. Why are there so many colorful lights? The transcendent Do Qi on the surface of Dongbua Shui Ying's body abruptly burst forth, bringing with it the might of the true meaning of stars that shot out in all directions. However, these colorful lights were like flowing water, and when Dongbua Shui Ying's fiery red Do Qi shot out, the colorful lights would disperse without suffering any damage. The colorful light surging in from the surroundings increased rapidly, and the speed of the colorful light was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, all the colorful light within a radius of several dozen kilometers had gathered within a radius of 10 meters around him. They completely wrapped around themselves. So uncomfortable, Dongbua Shui Ying felt as if he was a mortal in water. The true meaning of stars was an extremely defensive true meaning. At the same time, it was also extremely powerful. Every single movement of Dongbua Shui Ying could easily break through these colorful lights. However, the countless colorful lights continued to surround him. Even though mortals could easily break through the water, every single movement of theirs would still be met with resistance. At this moment, Dongbua Shuang was the same. These colorful lights could easily break through, but the resistance was too great. He has been suppressed by me, and his combat power has been greatly reduced. Kill him. The handsome youth, Lai Hua's eyes were filled with anticipation as he transmitted the order. The grade 2 true meaning he grasped was the spatial ripple. It was formed from the combination of the grade 3 true meanings, the true meaning of ripple, the true meaning of heavenly light, and 2 other space-related true meanings. Die. The succubus took out her blood-colored bow, pulled it back, and released an arrow. The arrow left behind a blood-colored trail as it flashed past. Transcendence of the Xia people, die. The black metal construct male, who did not dare to approach from afar, took out a short spear. His terrifying strength and true meaning were imbued into the short spear, and he abruptly threw it out. In terms of strength, he was the strongest in the team. Kill. The handsome youth also displayed his own technique. So. He punched out with his fists, sending out waves of black flame chi at an astonishing speed towards Dongbua Shuang. Of course, as Transcendent Knights, they were actually the most formidable in close combat. At this moment, their long-range attacks were comparatively weaker. There was no helping it. They were not willing to get close to Dongbua Shuang until the very last moment. That was because getting close to him represented the danger of death. The second plan did not include close combat. Die. The red-robed girl took out a dark blue scroll. It was a peak demigod grade spell scroll. In terms of long-range attacks, Transcendent Mages were the ones who could display their greatest might. Furthermore, the most important part of the second plan was this half of the deity grade spell scroll. The world energy in the surrounding 50 kilometers started surging. At the same time, 8 extremely thin discs appeared out of thin air. These discs seemed to be formed from ice, and their edges were extremely sharp. Xiao! These 8 discs flew towards Dongbua Shuang at a frightening speed. They cut through everything in their path, and their might caused Dongbua Shuang's expression to change. Not good. Dongbua Shuang felt the danger of death. He could disregard the attacks of others, but those ice discs were peak demigod grade spells. If he allowed them to land on his body, they would definitely be able to cut through his body. The purple-robed blade devil stood far away. The demon Ji Air Luo did not make a move either. One of them was a newbie, while the other was a demon that specialized in close combat. Neither of them had any suitable long-range attacks. The fastest to attack was the handsome youth, Lai Hua's black flame Doqi, which carried waves of energy as it rapidly attacked. The spear in Dongbua Shuang's hands easily blocked the incoming transcendent chi. The true meaning of star was, after all, a grade 2 true meaning, just like extreme piercing. Its gravitational force was just a side effect. More importantly, Shuang's entire body was like a star. His body's defense was as hard to shake as the earth. Every move he made was like a star smashing down with boundless strength. Thus, under the suppression of the spatial ripple, Dongbua Shuang's strength was not as great as these reincarnators thought. It only decreased by about 20%. The spear was blocked. The spear easily blocked the incoming black flame chi. However, a powerful shockwave was still transmitted to Dongbua Shuang's hands after being weakened by the stellar fire cloud spear. It then tunneled into his body. However, Dongbua Shuang's body was protected by the true meaning of star, allowing him to forcefully block it. If I didn't have any weapons to block it, I'm afraid I would have been injured. Dongbua Shuang immediately estimated the power of his opponent's attack. Just a long-range attack, and I would still be injured if I took it head-on? His true meaning of star was famous for its powerful defense. Even if he took it head-on, he would still be injured. Furthermore, these colorful ripples are also being suppressed by him. Dongbua Shui Ying glanced at the handsome youth in the distance. He immediately treated him as his most important opponent. Pupiu, the stellar fire cloud spear, moved like lightning. With a simple block, it managed to deflect an arrow and a short spear. Hoo! Due to the slow condensation of the spell, the true killing move arrived. One could only see space being sliced apart. 8 ice discs flew towards Shui Ying at high speed from all directions. The power of the attack made Shui Ying's heart tremble. If the handsome youth's long-range attack could injure him, then these ice discs could kill him. Too fast. Dongbua Shui Ying couldn't be bothered with anything else. He flew at high speed and dodged the incoming attacks. However, the 8 ice discs continued to surround him. The red-robed lady's cultivation base was very high, comparable to some demigod mages. Thus, she was still able to control the spells formed from the scrolls with great agility. Block! With all his attention focused on the 8 ice discs, Dongbua Shui Ying didn't dare to be careless. His spear instantly drew an arc in the air as he defended with all his might. Pung! A sound of collision. The stellar fire cloud spear, which carried the true meaning of star, clashed with the ice discs. The ice disc shattered, and Dongbua Shui Ying only felt his hands trembling. A powerful shockwave spread through his entire body. His body was protected by his true meaning and the demigod robe. This shockwave was ultimately just brute force. It didn't pose much of a threat, but the other 7 ice discs arrived as well. This was the most terrifying part of this spell. The 8 ice discs attacked at the same time, surrounding and attacking at the same time. If even one of them failed to block, his life would be in danger. Block! Dongbua Shui Ying defended with all his might. His spear was as fast as lightning, and it formed a series of afterimages. These revolving afterimages of the spear vaguely resembled the stars and the earth revolving slowly. Pung! A series of collisions rang out. Dongbua Shui Ying's heart was in his throat. He displayed all the defensive methods of his spear art. The sharp edges of the ice discs closed in on him time and time again. Pung! At this time, other than the 8 ice discs, the streaks of black flame battle chi were also coming at him. Dongbua Shui Ying relied on his movement technique to dodge. If he couldn't dodge, he took it head-on. His spear was completely focused on defending against the 8 ice discs. As for the other attacks that weren't life-threatening, he temporarily threw them to the back of his mind. One after another, the streaks of black flame battle chi landed on Dongbua Shui Ying's body. The true meaning of star, which was famous for its defense, was displaying its might at this moment. Furthermore, there was even a demigod robe protecting his body. Ultimately, the remnant shockwaves only caused Dongbua Shui Ying's internal organs to tremble. He could taste blood in his throat, saying it was slow. In reality, it was as fast as lightning. Dongbua Shui Ying heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In that instant, he was finally able to defend against the 8 ice discs. Naturally, there were 12 streaks of black flame battle chi that landed on his body. Fortunately, his true meaning of star was strong enough. With the help of the demigod robe, his internal injuries were still fine. It was just that blood had flowed into his mouth. Pooh! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Dongbua Shui Ying felt much better. The 8 ice discs were truly terrifying. However, Dongbua Shui Ying didn't dare to be careless. The coordination of the temporal temple's reincarnators was truly formidable. They were actually able to force him to such a state in an instant. If his defense was slightly weaker, he would have lost his life. End of second watch. Chapter 217. Kill. After dealing with this dangerous situation, Dongbua Shui Ying did not dare to hesitate. He immediately charged towards the nearest array disc. As long as he destroyed this array disc, he would be able to use his extreme piercing to appear at any location within a 50-kilometer radius. He would then be able to destroy them one by one. The Temporal Temple's team would no longer be able to surround him. Plan 2 has failed. Plan 3. Let's go all out. The handsome youth's expression was savage. Go all out. Although the black metal man's speed was very slow due to the repulsive force, he still gritted his teeth and charged forward. The succubus, Demon Gr Luo, and the newbie Blade Devil were all closing in at high speed. Freeze! The red-robed woman looked at Dongbua Shui-ing from afar and executed her technique. Dongbua Shui-ing only felt his vision turning red. A huge red lotus had already enveloped him. Break! The stellar fire cloud spear spun at a shocking angle. The spear tip pierced the red lotus in front of him. The moment the true meaning of extreme piercing was activated, the red lotus instantly disintegrated. Everyone be careful. His defense is extremely strong. He was able to withstand my shockwave kill 12 times. His defense is stronger than any of us. At the same time, he is also extremely strong. He was able to withstand a peak stage demigod's attack while maintaining his balance. His strength must be terrifying. The handsome youth transmitted a message. At the same time, his speed was the fastest. He was even faster than Dongbua Shui-ing. His body flew with a strange undulation, and he was the first to reach Dongbua Shui-ing. Demon Gr Luo was the second to reach. Even though Shui-ing was already very fast, he was still affected by the red lotus flower. Before he could kill his way to the array disc, he had already met with these two opponents who were continuously attacking him. Scram! The spear lashed out fiercely. The spear handle was like a whip, and it was like a shooting star. The handsome youth was wearing gloves on both of his hands. He was able to softly deflect the force. Both of his hands were covered in dense undulations. When his hands clashed with the spear, a terrifying force exploded. What a powerful force! Although he had already expected it, he was still shocked, and his whole body flew backwards. Dongbua Shui-ing furrowed his brows. This handsome young man was indeed his biggest enemy. When he swept his spear towards him, he felt as though he was sweeping through the void. He's a human. It's very difficult for him to cultivate an immortal body. As long as we pierce through his skull, I'm afraid he'll die. At the same time, the handsome youth transmitted his voice to the others. Close combat pierced through his skull. All right. It was accompanied by a deep roar. Demon Gr Luo's sharp claws turned into claws, which simultaneously enveloped Dongbua Shui-ing. At the same time, the 5 sharp blades on his gauntlets glowed with a dazzling golden light. These golden lights converged and compressed together, producing a huge change. It was obvious that an extremely violent and ruthless power was accumulating, and it would explode the moment the sharp claws caught its target. Pooh! It was too fast. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing was completely enveloped by a large amount of colorful light, the spatial ripple was suppressing and restricting him. However, his spear thrust was still astonishingly fast. With a rotation, the tip of the spear seemed to be the most terrifying point in the world. Extreme point. Pierce. Pung. When Demon Gr Luo faced this spear, he finally understood how terrifying extreme piercing was. Facing this spear, he couldn't even think of anything else. There was only one thought in his mind: defend against it. Pu, it was too fast. In an instant, Dongbua Shui-ing thrust his spear 3 times in a row. The first thrust numbed Demon Gr Luo's hands, the second thrust made him flustered, and the third thrust he could no longer block it, and his head was pierced through. Although the Demon Gr Luo's body was extremely strong, capable of withstanding the attacks of an ordinary Tier 5 demon, Gr Luo's extreme piercing was still no match for it. Extreme piercing is too fast. This scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. Extreme piercing could pierce through the void, and its speed was even faster than the spatial fluctuations. Even though it could no longer pass through the void due to the formation, Its speed in the material world did not slow down at all. It was still as terrifying as before. Luo, don't fight him head-on. The handsome teenager transmitted a message. At the same time his body flashed, and he closed in once again. With a wave of his hand, he blocked Dongbua Shuiying's spear. Damn it! I've been countered by him. Luo clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. His true meaning of golden brilliance was also extremely violent and ferocious. Currently, he had even comprehended the true meaning of space edge and was about to fuse it with his true meaning of space edge. What he pursued was that kind of explosive power. As for extreme piercing, its offensive power was also extremely strong. When the two of them clashed, extreme piercing's slight advantage in speed allowed him to obtain victory in just 3 spear strikes. At this moment, the importance of defense could be seen. For example, the handsome teenager's defensive techniques were even better. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still hold on and not be defeated in a few moves. Fantasy domain descent. The succubus was the third to close in. Her pair of charming eyes were like endless whirlpools. Hua! A ripple enveloped Dongbua Shuiying, and Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed slightly. In an instant, Luo and the handsome teenager disappeared without a trace. There was no longer a single opponent in the vicinity. All the demons and experts from the temporal temple had disappeared. Fantasy domain? Dongbua Shuiying thought, pulling my consciousness into the fantasy domain? Compared to the mirage, the fantasy domain is really crude. The true meaning of fantasy domain was a grade 4 true meaning. If it were to evolve, there was hope for it to become a grade 3 true meaning, the true meaning of fantasy world. If it were to evolve further, it would be the heaven-defying grade 2 true meaning, the true meaning of mirage. The true meaning of fantasy world and true meaning of illusions were both grade 3 true meanings. They were in fact specialized in different aspects. The fantasy domain focused on the word world. It specialized in dragging the enemy's consciousness into the fantasy domain, causing them to sink into it for eternity. The true meaning of illusions focused on the word elephant. It allowed one to form many illusion avatars. For example, it could form dozens of Dongbua Shuiying. Some of them even had extremely powerful combat power. Both of them represented different directions. Dongbua Shuiying had started comprehending the true meaning of mirage from the very beginning. Currently, his embryonic form of the true meaning of mirage had reached its final bottleneck. He only needed to make up for some of the flaws before he could reach large success and grasp the true meaning of mirage. What Dongbua Shuiying lacked now were the aspects of the fantasy domain. The fantasy domain of this succubus was also related to the fantasy domain. Furthermore, it was a complete true meaning of fantasy domain. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes brightened when he saw it. He had discovered something that he lacked. Even though Dongbua Shuiying had yet to grasp the true meaning of mirage, he could at least control the mirage. The mirage was the final form of the fantasy domain. Thus, this crude fantasy domain was nothing more than a joke to him. His consciousness has been pulled into the fantasy domain. The handsome teenager saw that Dongbua Shuiying seemed to be stunned. He could not help but be overjoyed. He transmitted a message to the others. Everyone, hurry up and take action. Before his soul struggles to escape from the fantasy domain, let's take the opportunity to kill him. Pulled into the fantasy domain, our chance has come. They were all overjoyed. Even though they had a strand of hope, they did not dare to hope for too much. After all, such a heaven-defying transcendent who could comprehend such a powerful true meaning should have a strong spirit. It would be extremely difficult to pull a transcendent with such a spirit into the fantasy domain. But who knew? Who knew if Dongbua Shuiying had some flaws in his spirit? There was a saying, there was no true meaning of absolute invincibility. Of course, This saying excluded the possibility of a grade 1 true meaning. A grade 1 true meaning was a truly perfect true meaning. As for the others, they had all sorts of flaws and weaknesses. As long as there was a weakness, it would be targeted. It was not impossible for an expert to die after falling into the fantasy domain due to a flaw in his spirit. Kill. The axe in the black metal-clad male's hand chopped down with all his might, directly striking Dongbua Shuiying's waist. The true meaning of star easily blocked the attack. Dongbua Shuiying seemed to have reflexively stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It was as fast as lightning. Pooh! It directly pierced through the chest of the black metal-clad male. His tyrannical body began to crumble apart. Pooh, piu, piu. Dongbua Shuiying seemed to be frantically attacking his surroundings in panic. One could only see his spear flying about, either furiously stabbing out or whipping out. In an instant, his surroundings were within his attack range. The black metal-clad male's collapsed body floated far away and rapidly recovered. He was also drenched in cold sweat. Your attack just now has caused his body to receive an impact. The handsome teenager, Lai Hua, transmitted. Everyone be careful. Although he has been pulled into the fantasy domain, his body and soul are closely connected. If his body receives an impact, he will definitely feel it. He must have realized that he is in the fantasy domain. Even though he is frantically attacking his surroundings in panic, everyone, don't worry. He can't see us. He is a blind man. We have to hurry up and kill him before he escapes from the fantasy domain. Dongbua Shuiying seemed to be frantically attacking his surroundings, but in reality it was just a disguise. He was carefully observing the simple and crude, true meaning of the fantasy domain. Those who were attacking him were all within his observation range. That black metal-clad male's true meaning was the weakest, and his combat power was the weakest. Even Dongbua Shuiying could roughly see through the level of the laws of profound mysteries contained in his axe. It was just like how Si Kong Yang Palace Lord Chen and the others saw Dongbua Shuiying using the embryonic form of extreme piercing and determined that it was an embryonic form of a grade 2 true meaning. By the same logic, Dongbua Shuiying was able to determine that the black metal-clad male was merely at the stage 2 realm of a grade 4 true meaning. Other than his strength, his comprehension of the laws of profound mysteries was really weak. That was why he had purposely received this attack. Of course, with the defense of the true meaning of star, it could even withstand an attack from a grade 2 true meaning. Ho, ho, ho! Shuiying was panicking and crazed as he frantically attacked in all directions. However, his mind was still very calm as he observed the situation. Pung, pung, pung. His extremely fast and berserk attacks coincidentally sent G-Air Luo flying once. This caused the blade demon, who was like a stream of lightning, to be heavily injured. Understood. Dongbua Shuiying was suddenly overjoyed. He had finally grasped the final strand of the true meaning of mirage. Chapter 218. Hua. Through the essence of nature, Dongbua Shuiying discovered that behind the real world there was a corresponding illusory world. It and the real world were like two sides of the same coin. The mirage represented the pinnacle of illusory. Dongbua Shuiying grasping hold of the true meaning of mirage was just an important step forward. He had only crossed this threshold. From here on, the true meaning of mirage could continue to improve stage 2, stage 3, or even condense a true deity heart. Even so, grasping hold of the initial stage of the true meaning of mirage was already a terrifying deterrent. In the deity world, there was a saying regarding true meanings. One would rather meet an enemy who grasped hold of another grade 2 true meaning than an enemy who grasped hold of the true meaning of mirage. The pure offensive power of the true meaning of mirage was extremely weak, even weaker than many grade 3 true meanings, but it represented the pinnacle of illusory, forming its own world. Experts who grasped hold of it could be considered the most terrifying assassin. Walking in the mirage, killing without leaving a trace was not an exaggeration. The world around Dongbua Shui-ing suddenly distorted. His body disappeared from the real world, arriving in the mirage. Mirage. It was like a mirror of the real world. It looked exactly the same, but with a thought from Dongbua Shui-ing, everything within the mirage could change. How interesting! Dongbua Shui-ing walked in this vast mirage. He walked to the side of the black metallic male and patted his face. His palm passed through the mirage and entered the real world, slapping the black metallic male's face. Ah, it's an illusion, an illusion! The black metallic male frantically attacked in all directions. At this moment, all of them, including the demons, had their consciousness pulled into the mirage controlled by Dongbua Shui-ing. But in the mirage, they would see whatever Dongbua Shui-ing wanted them to see. If he did not want them to see, they would not be able to see. This metal race expert only realized that he had fallen into an illusion after his face was slapped. I walk in the mirage, but I can attack enemies in the real world. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself, enemies in the real world, unless they have a method to attack the mirage realm, otherwise they won't be able to hurt me. How terrifying! As expected of the pinnacle of illusion, real power is so powerless in front of it. Even if he had the power to destroy the world, if the laws of profound mysteries couldn't attack the mirage, he wouldn't be able to hurt Dongbua Shui-ing at all. The offensive power of the true meaning of mirage was very weak. But other than the true meaning of mirage, Dongbua Shui-ing had also grasped the true meaning of extreme piercing and star. The three great true meanings complemented each other, which was much more powerful and heaven-defying. I can't believe there are two people who can break free from the ethereal realm. Dongbua Shui-ing glanced at the handsome young man and the red-robed woman not far from them. The red-robed woman was a very powerful sorcerer. Her realm was similar to that of the handsome young man, another wizard. Sorcerers had extremely high attainments in the aspect of the soul and spirit. It was normal for her to be able to break free from the ethereal realm. However, that handsome young man was actually able to do so as well. This was out of Dongbua Shui-ing's expectations. Although he had just grasped the true meaning of mirage and was only at the stage 1 realm, it was still extremely difficult for him to break free from it. Let's not waste any more time. Dongbua Shui-ing walked in the ethereal realm. Although he could control the mirage doppelgangers to kill his enemies, his true body didn't even need to make a move. This was a common move used by experts who grasped the true meaning of mirage. Even if they could attack the ethereal realm, if they couldn't find the true body, they wouldn't be able to injure the experts within the ethereal realm. However, Dongbua Shui-ing wasn't willing to waste any more time. After all, that handsome young man, Lai Hua, and the red-robed woman had already regained their consciousness. It was better to act as soon as possible. Who? Dongbua Shui-ing took a step forward and arrived beside the handsome young man. His spear pierced out. The stellar fire cloud spear was as fast as lightning. The spear left the ethereal realm and entered the real world. By the time the spear appeared, it was already at the forehead of the handsome young man. Pooh! True meaning of extreme piercing. It directly pierced through the protective true meaning of spatial ripple on the surface of his body. Although this true meaning's defense was not bad, it was clearly unable to directly defend against extreme piercing. The handsome young man, Lai Hua, was terrified. Fortunately, he had a unique treasure in his soul. When his soul was pulled into the ethereal realm, it automatically protected him and helped him break free from the ethereal realm. The handsome young man looked at everything in front of him. In the distance, the succubus girl, the black metal construct male, the newcomer blade devil, and the demons were flying around randomly. Some were attacking the void randomly, while others were fighting to the death. It was as though they were treating each other as enemies. Luckily, Red Leaf is awake. The handsome young man also saw the red-robed woman. In this team, The two of them were the strongest. Pooh! Before he could think of anything else, his eyes were still looking at the red-robed woman. A spear suddenly appeared in front of his forehead and pierced through his head. His eyes were wide open. Just like that he died? If he were to fight against Dongwa Shuang, who had extreme piercing and the true meaning of star, he could still hold on for a while. However, with the true meaning of extreme piercing, the true meaning of star, and the true meaning of mirage behind him, especially the true meaning of mirage, he was destined to be a terrifying assassin. With just one move, he died on the spot. After all, he was still a human, and he did not have an undying body. One had to know that many demigods of the Xia people did not have an undying body. In order to obtain an undying body, demons and primordial life forms had to rely on their innate talent. Alternatively, they could awaken their primordial bloodline once and spend 1,000,000 kilograms of origin stones to forcefully raise their body to the middle stage of the Saint Realm. At this point, they would also have an undying body. Other than that, or perhaps they had grasped a true meaning that had an undying body. The true meaning of spatial ripple obviously did not have an undying body. The true meaning of spatial ripple had a decent defense and could also resist the true meaning of gravity. However, the pure extreme piercing had directly pierced through his head and killed him on the spot. The red-robed lady, Red Leaf, was also extremely shocked. What a terrifying illusion technique! Even with my soul cultivation and spirit cultivation, I could only struggle out of it with all my might. Some of the others were randomly flying around, some were randomly attacking the void, and some were killing each other. Clearly, they were all within the illusion realm. Blazing Flame is awake. Red Leaf also saw the handsome youth in the distance. Suddenly, she looked on in shock. She saw a spear appear from the void, right in front of the handsome youth's forehead. With a piu-chi sound, it pierced through his protective true meaning and pierced through his head. Their team's most outstanding team leader, Blazing Flame, had died just like that. At the same time, the red-robed lady, the black metal construct male, the succubus, and the rookie blade demon all received the same message in their minds. Mission difficulty increased. Mission difficulty increased. Something unexpected happened. Mission difficulty increased to the nightmare grade. When heading to the billions of worlds to train, the members of the Temporal Temple all knew a rule: be careful not to mess around. Because they had suddenly provoked a terrifying existence, the difficulty of the mission suddenly increased. With the increase in difficulty, the rewards for completing the mission were similarly high. However, if they could not complete the mission, they would be in deep trouble. Thus, when they had a certain level of confidence, it was fine to take some risks for the sake of treasures. However, if they were not confident, the increase in difficulty would be fatal. Nightmare grade? This mission was previously the hard grade. Under normal circumstances, half of the members would die. Above that was the hell grade mission, with a slim chance of survival. Above that was the highest grade, nightmare grade. Nightmare grade, with a slim chance of survival. Chapter 219. How could this be? Nightmare grade? I'm finished. I just got caught by the Temporal Temple, and I've already encountered a nightmare grade mission? This. Are they messing with me? The newbie blade demon was the most depressed. He didn't even have the chance to display his strength, and the mission's difficulty had already risen to the nightmare grade. One must know that the Temporal Temple's highest level of mission was the hell grade. There had to be a sliver of possibility. Only during the actual execution of the mission would there be some unexpected factors that would raise the difficulty to the nightmare grade. Nightmare grade? It's actually the nightmare grade. Seeing the handsome youth's head being pierced, the red-robed lady felt a chill in her heart. Without hesitation, a red talisman appeared in her hand, and her soul force drilled into the space-time imprint on her arm. Give up! I give up on the mission! Return immediately! Return immediately! Whoa! A mysterious and vast space-time ripple descended and enveloped the red-robed lady. A a black-robed youth, walked out from the void. It was Dongbua Shuang. He was frowning as he looked at the red-robed lady who was enveloped by the space-time ripple. Dongbua Shuang, I'll remember you. I hope we can meet again in the deity world. The red-robed lady's lips moved, but her voice couldn't be transmitted. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. The value of that red talisman was extremely terrifying. It was given to her by her teacher in the deity world. She had used it to exchange for this red talisman in the temporal temple to protect her life. This red talisman could allow her to give up on any mission before she became a demigod. This was equivalent to a life. Although giving up on the mission would result in failure, the price of failure was still bearable. If she was killed, it would be terrifying. Her soul would be dragged into hell by the temporal temple, and she would have to undergo 3 consecutive hell grade missions. This red talisman, in the entire team, she was the only one who had it. It was extremely rare for a saint grade reincarnator to obtain such a red talisman. Interesting. Shui-Ing walked out of the mirage and into the real world to observe the scene in front of him. This mysterious and vast space-time energy caused Dongbua Shui-Ying's heart to tremble. The space-time trembled. If it wished, this energy could destroy the entire Xia people's world. It was too powerful. According to the records, the great existence behind the temporal temple was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the millions of worlds, the deity world, and the dark abyss. In order for the temporal temple to operate, he had paid a huge price to refine an unimaginably terrifying divine weapon. This divine weapon had its own weapon spirit, and it would act according to the orders of its master. It would either capture the life forms of countless worlds and turn them into reincarnators, give them missions, train them, select them, or provide them with large amounts of resources to help the temporal temple nurture a steady stream of experts. I've long heard that the members of the temporal temple travel across millions of worlds. However, this is the first time I've seen them being carried away by the space-time energy. Dongbua Shui-Ing smiled as he watched. Hua, the red-robed woman in front of him, was wrapped up and instantly teleported out of the mortal world. Dongbua Shui-Ing didn't even try to attack it. The gap between them was too huge. Perhaps some of the almighty beings in the deity world might be able to deal with this terrifying divine weapon, but he was a transcendent. The difference was too great. Pooh! Dongbua Shui-Ing continued walking and disappeared into the mirage. While walking in the mirage, he casually pointed out with his finger. A flame-like, transcendent chi flew out and landed beside the rookie blade demon, following which it left the mirage and appeared in the real world. Appearing beside the rookie blade demon, a strand of transcendent chi containing the true meaning of extreme piercing instantly pierced through the rookie blade demon's head. However, when his head was pierced through, his body was affected by the true meaning of extreme piercing, causing his body to start disintegrating. Very quickly, however, the flowing lightning on his body recovered. Undying body. Dongbua Shui-Ing was slightly shocked. A human saint actually managed to cultivate an undying body. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Dongbua Shui-Ing was only stunned for a moment before he casually shot out strands of transcendent chi, attacking the succubus, the metal race man, the rookie blade demon, Demon Jier Luo, and a few other demons. The rookie blade demon was a human, while the black metallic man was a life form of the metal race. The others were all demons. Spare me! Spare me! The black metallic man had long been scared silly by the nightmare grade mission. His soul was screaming, I don't dare to be enemies with my lord anymore. Spare me! Lord Dongbua Shui-Ing, spare me, spare me. I was forced to do this by the mission. The succubus tried her best to reform her body. Her soul was also begging for mercy. As long as my lord spare my life, I will do anything. I am a succubus, and I know how to serve others. I am willing to be your slave. Once the mission was over, they would be forcefully taken away. Hence, they were willing to make any promises. as long as they could live. They were not willing to die. If they died, they would have to complete 3 hell-grade missions consecutively. Moreover, they had to succeed in all 3 missions. If they failed once, their souls would dissipate. Xiao! 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 Strands of transcendent qi shot out in all directions. Dongbua Shui-ing watched everything coldly. Spare me? Demons were wantonly slaughtering mortals. Who would spare me? These temporal temple reincarnators didn't hesitate to kill me. Who would spare me? Since they dared to act against me, they would have to bear the consequences. Extreme piercing. Dongbua Shui-ing exclaimed in shock. Its attacks are too strong. If I were to use my true meaning of star to attack, I would probably have to kill them thousands or even tens of thousands of times before I could exhaust them to death. The true meaning of star was extremely powerful. It could crush one's body directly. However, it was only able to shatter one's flesh and blood. It was unable to destroy it on the most fundamental level, the particle level. Even an undying body would find it extremely hard to recover from the destruction on the particle level. As long as it was destroyed 8 to 10 times consecutively, one's life force would be completely exhausted. Human, fight me head-on. If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Luo, who was trying his best to reform his body, roared. Unfortunately, Dongbua Shui-ing couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. Finally, one by one, the demons turned into nothingness. The succubus, the metal race man, and the newbie blade devil had all turned into nothingness. All of them died. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the empty surroundings. He looked at the large number of items falling from the sky. These were the items left behind by these demons and reincarnators. Some of the weaker items had already been turned into transcendent materials by the true meaning of extreme piercing. It's over. Dongbua Shui-ing stood within the mirage. As he looked at everything, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. The assault on the demons' nests had finally ended, although there were still 2 more nests that he hadn't attacked. The devil generals had already known about it. They had probably retreated long ago. Wang, a space-time ripple enveloped the souls of the succubus and the other 2, instantly sending them to the distant abyss of hell. There they would experience a cruel hell-ranked mission, following which a ripple was transmitted to Dongbua Shui-ing. Xia people's transcendent Dongbua Shui-ing, my temporal temple invites you to join us. Are you willing? This ripple emitted a majestic voice. This voice was indifferent and lofty. Chapter 220. Inviting me to join the temporal temple? Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. The reputation of the temporal temple was too great. Be it the temple of the earth god or the bloodshed tavern, the Xia people, or the elders of the Xia people who came from the deity world. All of these had allowed Dongbua Shui-ing to understand some of the most basic rules. The temporal temple relied on their control over space-time to investigate the trillions of worlds, as well as what had happened in the past, of course, because there were too many worlds, the deity world and the dark abyss were too big. Even the temporal temple would only know what had happened in the past if they deliberately investigated a certain place. If they did not investigate, the temporal temple would not know either. Even so, the temporal temple was still the best at unearthing the strength of transcendence. They could discover countless talented transcendents from the trillions of worlds. If they were allowed to forcibly take them away, the temporal temple would have become the sole power in the world. This was something the superpowers of the deity world and the dark abyss did not wish to see. Thus, they had long made an agreement with the temporal temple. The number of people they would capture every year. How many mortals would they capture? How many transcendents would they capture? Both low-grade true meaning and middle-grade true meaning transcendence would have a limit. As for high-grade true meanings, they were still allowed to capture grade 3 true meanings, but the limit was very strict. As for the legendary grade 2 true meanings, or the legendary grade 1 true meanings, these transcendents were forbidden from being forcibly taken away. They had to be willing. Invite me. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed inwardly. The temporal temple was not that polite, but they could only invite him due to the rules. If they could capture him, they would have done so long ago. What a joke! In such a poor place like the Xia people's world, he had grasped hold of 3 grade 2 true meanings at such a young age. If the temporal temple were to nurture him with all their might, there was hope for him to grasp hold of a grade 1 true meaning. A grade 1 true meaning represented the core of the laws of profound mysteries. Dongbua Shui-ing's current combat power was already heaven-defying, and a grade 1 true meaning would be even more terrifying. Sorry, I refuse. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Refuse? Are you worried that the mission arranged by my temporal temple is too dangerous? That indifferent voice calmly said, You don't have to worry about this. Your potential is extremely high. My temporal temple will not let a transcendent like you, who is brimming with potential, die so easily. I can make you a Silver Order God emissary, which will give you a lot of authority. The possibility of you dying is very, very low. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. He had long known about this point. The transcendents that the temporal temple took the initiative to invite would receive a completely different treatment from those who were forcefully captured. I still refuse. Dongbua Shui-ing continued. I have no intention of joining the temporal temple. This way, I can make you a Golden Order oracle. This is the highest level of grooming. Our temporal temple invites those legendary transcendents with grade 1 true meanings to become Gold Order God emissaries. The indifferent voice continued, You're so young, yet you've already grasped hold of 3 grade 2 true meanings. My temporal temple has many powerful existences, countless resources, and countless treasures. I believe you'll definitely be able to grasp hold of a grade 1 true meaning. Furthermore, regarding death, you don't have to worry too much. My temporal temple will protect you with all our might. Even if you die, we will protect your soul and help you reconstruct your body. Gold Order God emissary. This represented the highest level of treatment. Even if he died, his soul would be protected. There was no helping it. Any apex superpower in the deity world would protect a transcendent who grasped a grade 1 true meaning. They would do their best to protect their lives. How could they take the initiative to let them die? The temporal temple was the same. If Dongbua Shui-ing were to join them, they would also do their best to protect Dongbua Shui-ing's life. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing did not grasp hold of a grade 1 true meaning, but the 3 true meanings Dongbua Shui-ing grasped, extreme piercing, star, and mirage, had complementary effects. If he grasped hold of all 3 offensive true meanings, or if he grasped hold of all 3 balanced true meanings, his combat power would not be comparable to Dongbua Shui-ing's. Dongbua Shui-ing's 3 true meanings represented 3 different directions. This was especially true for the mirage, which was extremely difficult to comprehend. Experts who could control the mirage were extremely terrifying assassins. It was just that their attacks were relatively weak. Coupled with the extremely powerful extreme piercing, coupled with the true meaning of star, which was extremely powerful in terms of survivability, it could be said that Dongbua Shui-ing already had the demeanor of a grade 1 true meaning expert. Even if he did not grasp a grade 1 true meaning in the future, he would still be qualified to be a Gold Order divine emissary. More importantly, he had not gone through too many life and death situations. He had not gone through any crazy grooming, and he was still very young. This caused Dongbua Shui-ing's potential to be extremely high. For example, that handsome teenager, Lai Hua, who died previously, had only grasped hold of a grade 3 true meaning when he was captured. After much grooming, he grasped hold of 4 grade 3 true meanings before evolving it into a grade 2 true meaning, Space Ripple. It could be said that the potential of that handsome teenager, Lai Hua, had been squeezed out. The threat of death had left them numb. That's right, numb. The fear of death would cause a transcendent's life force to erupt. But after experiencing it many times, they would become numb to it. The effects of life and death training would become weaker and weaker, causing them to no longer have any potential. A mere grade 2 true meaning, space ripple, might be very precious to the Xia people. But to the apex superpower of the deity world, the temporal temple, they would rather continue squeezing them dry in hopes that they could improve. No matter how many weaklings there were, the help they could provide was limited. Only the birth of a powerful existence would allow the temporal temple to become even stronger. Gold ordered divine emissary. Dongbua Shueing laughed and shook his head. According to what I know, even with the protection of your temporal temple, you can still be killed by some powerful existences from the deity world. Yes, the indifferent voice calmly said, I am ultimately just a powerful deity weapon that can protect you from many different dimensions. I cannot block all the powerful existences from the deity world, but I will try my best to prevent such a thing from happening. I still refuse, Dongbua Shuang said. Are you afraid of death? The indifferent voice asked. No, Dongbua Shuang said. Freedom? The indifferent voice continued. I can even give you the opportunity to choose some missions. You can head to some of the worlds you wish to visit and experience things that you would never have imagined. Your strength will continue to rise, and your horizons will be broadened. The world you wish to visit will not be a small place like the mortal world, but the boundless heaven and earth of the outside world. I need freedom and time. Dongbua Shuang said. Time? The indifferent voice retorted. For example, if I don't wish to take on any missions for the next 1,000 years and just stay in my hometown, you can't force me. Can you do that? Dongbua Shuang asked. That won't do. You are still young, and it has only been a few decades since you were born. Right now is the most important time for you to develop. It is also the best opportunity for you to grasp a grade 1 true meaning. The indifferent voice rejected. The earlier you start cultivating, the more important time is. You cannot waste it. When you become a powerful existence in the deity world, it is fine even if you squander 1,000,000 years of time. But right now, you have to treasure every single year. Our temporal temple has set the rules for grooming. Even though Gold Order emissaries have many privileges, the most basic rules cannot be violated. Then there's no other way. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the treasures of the dead reincarnators and demons, he tore open the space membrane. Hua! Dongbua Shuang walked out. Very soon, many figures flew over from all directions. There were a total of 6 of them. They were faction head Si Kong Yang, City Lady Bu, Mountain Lord He, Chiu Chi Bai, the Scarlet Robe Xian, and the Cloud City Vice City Lord, the chubby Chen Yuan. Is it settled? Chiu Chi Bai asked. It's settled. Not a single one was left alive, Dongbua Shuang replied. How did you get discovered this time? Was there an accident? Si Kong Yang was puzzled. It's the temporal temple. Dongbua Shuang shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that my raid on the demon's nest would actually be used by the temporal temple to temper their members. Haha, I've long heard of the temporal temple's great name, but after living for over 1,000 years, I've never met anyone from the temporal temple. Chen Yuan beamed. City Lady Bu was also smiling at Dongbua Shuang. City Lady Bu was extremely beautiful, but she had a domineering air about her. At this moment, the corners of her mouth were curled up as she looked at Dongbua Shuang with a smile. Everyone present was in an extremely good mood. The way they looked at Dongbua Shuang was slightly different. Dongbua, you should know that you've saved half of the transcendence of our Xia people, Shiyun said. This contribution is truly great. Mountain Lord, he also praised. Now that the news has started to spread, it won't be long before all the transcendents of our Xia people know about this. Chiu Chi Bai said, at that time, many transcendents will be grateful to you. Haha, Your communication wristband will definitely be very busy. What about the other 2 demon lairs? Dongbua Shueing asked. We've also sent demigods to try and surround them. The demons from those 2 lairs have indeed retreated in different directions. We only managed to kill 2 of them by a fluke. We didn't meet the others, Qiu Qibai explained. Dongbua Shueing wasn't surprised. This was all within his expectations. After bidding farewell to the demigods, Dongbua Shueing rushed back to his hometown. Junior Brother Snow Eagle, you've grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning? Amazing, haha, I admire you. Junior Brother Snow Eagle, I'm Zhui Yi. You're too amazing. You've grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning, and you've even saved many transcendents of our Xia people. There aren't many people I admire, but you're the one I admire the most. You're too amazing. Little Brother Snow Eagle, you've eradicated 3 demon lairs? That's amazing. In a few days, I'll go to Snorrock Mountain to find you for a drink. Don't look down on this sister. Several transcendents had already sent messages to Dongbua Shueing. Who? Dongbua Shueing appeared in the sky above Snorrock Mountain. With a single glance, he saw a green-robed girl standing on the roof of Snorrock Castle. Why did she reject the temporal temple? Because her goal was different. Perhaps other transcendents would pursue their own strength and become a deity. But he was different. What he pursued was to protect the people he loved and the people who loved him. The girl in front of him, his little brother, his father, and his mother. All of them were worthy of him using his life to protect them. Cultivation was important, but compared to his loved ones, it wasn't worth mentioning. His cultivation was also for the sake of protecting his loved ones. If he were to waste his time on adventuring in the millions of worlds, pursuing his so-called strength and leaving his family, it would be putting the cart before the horse. If he were to live for tens of thousands of years, he would become an extremely powerful existence. But by then, his family would no longer be around, and he would be a loner. So what if he was powerful? Even if he was powerful, he would still be a loner. Furthermore, so what if he could accompany his loved ones in the mortal world? He could still become stronger and stronger. Hadn't he already grasped hold of 3 different grade 2 true meanings? Jingqiu. Dongbua Shueing landed. Crystal tears could be seen in Jingqiu's eyes. She already knew what had happened. Currently, the news had spread like wildfire amongst the transcendents. Even though she saw Dongbua Shueing standing in front of her, she still felt a lingering fear when she thought about how she had risked her life to attack the demon's nest. But she understood that for the sake of the Xia people, it was not wrong to do so. Jingqiu hugged Dongbua Shueing tightly. Dongbua Shueing was startled. He could feel Jingqiu's emotions. His heart warmed, and he revealed a smile. This was what he was willing to use his life to protect. End of the chapter. Chapter 221. Dongbua Shueing killed his way into the minor transcendent world alone, wiping out 3 demon nests and causing the other 2 to flee. From then on, the situation in the Xia people's world was completely reversed. Before this, a large number of demons were hiding in various places. They were very confident. This was because they could report to their superiors to summon the demonic avatars of rank 5 demons. Even if the Xia people's demigods chased after them, the demonic avatars of rank 5 demons would still dare to wantonly kill. After all, they were just avatars. Even if they were destroyed, they could recover after 2 to 3 years of rest. But now it was different. They no longer had any helpers. Even if they reported to their superiors, would the demon generals dare to save them? They did not dare. The majority of the demons were still the weaker rank 1 and 2 demons. They were the main force that discovered the Xia people's transcendence. But if they did not have any helpers, it would be very difficult for them to kill the Xia people's transcendence in a single breath. After all, other than the new transcendents, the weakest Xia people's transcendents were at the peak of the sky realm. Coupled with their transcendent weapons, They were confident of fighting against a rank 2 demon for a single breath. Some with a higher realm could even counterattack. Haha, those 5 demon generals must be furious and want to kill you. Within the infernal palace, Palace Lord Qin was walking side by side with Dongbu Shuang. Today was already the 3rd day of the battle. As long as they have the ability, they can come. Dongbu Shuang laughed. Only with power would one be able to be confident. The outside world only knew that he had grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning, but in reality he had 3, especially after grasping hold of the true meaning of mirage. Wanting to kill him would become an extremely difficult task, because Dongbu Shuang could enter the mirage with a single thought. Haha, you should have this heroic spirit. Palace Lord Chen sighed. Snow Eagle, you've really helped me a lot. In the past few years, I watched as the Xia people's transcendence died one after another. I was anxious, but helpless. Now that you've eradicated those demon nests, you've eliminated the greatest threat to the Xia people. Although the following battle will be very long, the threat has been greatly reduced. Dongbu Shuang nodded his head. This time, I've invited you here to tell you something. After all, you've grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning, and your status within the Xia people has greatly increased. Even though you're not an elder, there's no difference. As Palace Lord Qin spoke, he stretched out his hand and a gold-leafed book appeared out of thin air. Next, the gold-leafed book flew towards Dongbu Shuang. This book records many secrets of the Xia people. Oh! Dongbu Shuang's eyes lit up and he immediately took a closer look at it. Amazing! The Xia people were able to stand tall in the mortal world until now, and they were even the overlords of this mortal world. His foundation was really deep. There were many secrets that even Sky Realm Transcendence and Saint Realm Transcendence did not have the qualifications to know. Even demigods like the Terrian Shrine and Bloodshed Tavern did not have the right to know. Dongbu Shuang was still a Saint Realm Transcendent. However, now that he had grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning, nobody would treat him as a saint. All the demigods would treat him as an equal. So that's the case. Dongbu Shuang's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that our Xia people would be able to contact our ancestors in the deity world? Those demonic gods could send down their world projections. Our Xia people's ancestors also had some powerful deities who could send down their world projections. Palace Lord Qin sighed. These ancestors had always been thinking about their hometown, which was why they did not care about the rewards and the price they had to pay. In fact, when our Xia people had once faced a difficult situation, it was the ancestors of the Xia people in the deity world who thought of ways to help us get through it. Amen, Dongbu Shuang nodded. After reading it, he gained a deeper understanding of the deep foundation of the Xia people. In fact, Dongbu Shuang had seen some of the clan protection deity weapons in the dossiers of the demigods. These can only be considered as 90% of our secrets. Previously, we were forbidden from telling you. Perhaps you have learned a thing or two from other sources. Palace Lord Qin laughed. There are also some core secrets that only the palace lords have the right to know. This is to prevent them from leaking out. The demonic faction will always be able to infiltrate through any openings. I understand. Dongbu Shuang nodded. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If the enemy knew all the secrets of the Xia people, then destroying the Xia people would be several times easier. Secrecy was a must. Regarding the 3 demon nests that you have eradicated, Palace Lord Qin said, you have killed 9 rank 5 demons, as well as many rank 4 and 3 demons. I will give you 1,000,000 contribution points. A normal reward for killing a rank 5 demon would range from 50,000 to 100,000 contribution points. You have helped the Xia people to eradicate this huge threat. I will also give you 1,000,000 contribution points. That will be a total of 2,000,000 contribution points. How about it? Palace Lord Qin asked. even if he didn't kill a single demon. As long as he could force the 5 demon nests to retreat and eliminate this threat, it would be an incomparably huge contribution. If he really wanted to calculate the value, it was impossible to calculate. Even if it was 10 million contribution points, it would still be worth it. After all, it was the life of half of the Xia people's transcendence. One must know that the saint-class transcendent Qi doppelganger that was sent out previously had brought along a few demigod scrolls and other treasures. These treasures added up to a total of 1 million contribution points. And this was just a test. That's too much. Dongbua Shui-ing said, perhaps only the top 10 demigods on the demigod rankings would have such a huge net worth. It's not much. Actually, it's still too little. Palace Lord Chen suddenly hesitated. Snow Eagle, these 2 million contribution points of yours. Don't tell me you want origin stones. If you want origin stones, I, the Xia people, can help you exchange for 2 million kilograms of origin stones. No need, no need. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Too extravagant. According to the rules of the Xia people, the most demigods of the Xia people could exchange for origin stones was 1 million kilograms. Want more? If you have the ability, get the other demigods to sell you origin stones, or go to the minor or major transcendent worlds to dig for origin stones. In any case, the Xia people could not provide so many origin stones, because the total amount of origin stones was limited. There were only so many origin stones. If they gave too much to a demigod, the other demigods would not have enough. Even so, many demigods would rather spend their time to slowly cultivate and absorb the energy from the heavens and earth, just like body cultivation. For a sky peak to Saint Primary, it required 50,000 kilograms of origin stones. Dongbua Shui-ing's current body was that of a Saint Primary, and for a Saint Primary to middle, it required a terrifying 2 million kilograms of origin stones. From Saint Middle to Saint Primary, the amount of origin stones required would not be enough even if all the transcendent worlds around the Xia people's world were dug up. This was something passed down from the deity world. Thus, the so-called Saint Primary's body would definitely undergo a second awakening. It was just a dream to the mortals. It could only be realized in the deity world or the dark abyss. The Xia people did not have many origin stones, saved up now, using contribution points to exchange for weapons, exchanging for treasures, exchanging for mage equipment, exchanging for refiner organisms. These Xia people could all smile and nod their heads, but exchanging for origin stones, the Xia people would have to calculate. Others can't, but you can. Palace Lord Chen said, you have contributed so much and grasped a grade, too true meaning. We, the Xia people, can make an exception for you. This way, your body will be able to reach the middle stage of the Saint Primary, greatly increasing the chances of you undergoing a second awakening. Your combat power will also become stronger. No need, there's really no need, Dongbua Shui-ing said. He was already prepared to challenge the Black Wind Deity Palace. After completing the challenge, he would also sweep through the major transcendent worlds connected to the Black Wind Deity Palace. A major transcendent world was a huge treasure trove. If he really wanted origin stones, he could just go and dig them up himself. Why should he let the Xia people dig out 1 million kilograms of origin stones for him? Seeing the hesitant look on Palace Lord Chen's face, it was clear that he felt heartache. It was not easy being a leader. The 8th chapter, Black Wind Deity Palace, begins. Chapter 222. You decide. I will not force you. Palace Lord Chen nodded. Dongbua Shui-ing hesitated. Palace Lord Chen, the deity world warrior that I carry with me, is not necessary. Even without it, I can protect myself with my own strength. I can lend this deity world warrior to my junior sister, Jing Qiu, temporarily. Is that all right? No need, no need. Palace Lord Chen laughed. I really do not know what to say about the two of you. If your junior sister Jing Qiu becomes a demigod in the future, her strength will not be inferior to yours. If you do not work hard enough, she might even be stronger than you. Oh! Dongbo Shuiying was shocked. If I do not work hard, she might be stronger than me? Jing Qiu, he did not notice. Although Jing Qiu was quite talented in cultivation, she could not be said to be outstanding. As long as she becomes a demigod, she will be able to wield the strongest deity weapon of the Xia people. Palace Lord Qin did not hide anything. When that time comes, her strength will be able to suppress all demigods, and she will have the strength of a god. The strongest deity weapon? Senior Shui? Dongbo Shuiying was shocked. He had read about this deity weapon in the Xia people's secret book. Palace Lord Qin nodded. That is why one of the protective treasures I gave her is a deity world warrior. It is just that Jing Qiu does not know about it. Dongbo Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. The treasure that Palace Lord Qin had given him back then contained a disguised deity world warrior. Jing Qiu had one too. Senior Shui? Dongbo Shuiying was shocked. In the future, with his own true meaning, he would be able to defeat all demigods and stand at the top of the Xia people's world. He would even be able to match the strength of a god. Jing Qiu would be able to rely on the strongest deity weapon. With the power of that terrifying divine artifact, it was enough to suppress an entire era. So you have to work hard. Don't let your woman surpass you. That would be embarrassing, Palace Lord Qin joked. Not at all, not at all. Dongbo Shuiying was in a good mood. You have to help her too. Don't delay her cultivation. Although we, the Xia people, have secretly provided her with many resources, it is still too difficult for her to become a demigod, said Palace Lord Qin. If she doesn't become a demigod, she won't be able to use that strongest divine artifact. Understood. Dongbo Shuiying was completely at ease. With a celestial realm warrior protecting Jing Qiu in the dark, Jing Qiu would not be in any danger when searching for the demon outside. Palace Lord Qin, I want to know more about the Black Wind Deity Palace and its master. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly said. With his strength, he should have a higher chance. Naturally, he had to go and explore this Black Wind Deity Palace. Black Wind Deity Palace? Palace Lord Qin was stunned for a while before he reacted. Oh, it's the Black Wind Deity Palace that is very close to your Snorok castle? I remember that when you were a legend ranker, you fell into that Black Wind abyss, right? Dongbo Shuiying nodded. No wonder you are so curious about it. Why do you want to try it? Asked Palace Lord Qin. I'll give it a try. I've heard that no transcendents have ever succeeded, said Dongbo Shuiying. Yes, Palace Lord Qin said. Many transcendents have tried. Ever since the Black Wind ancestor created the deity palace, not a single transcendent has succeeded. He's dead, so no one can break the array he left behind? Dongbo Shuiying didn't really understand back then. Only now did he understand how powerful the Black Wind Palace Lord was. A dead demigod mage of the Xia people had left behind a deity palace array that even the transcendents who came after him could not break. Palace Lord Qin laughed. It's a bit embarrassing, but Ancestor Blackwind is indeed an extremely powerful demigod mage. If he were to live in this era, he would be an existence that could suppress an entire era. His combat power is much higher than Mountain Lord He's. In terms of spells, arrays, refiner puppets, and many other aspects, he has reached an extremely high level. You can go and try, and you will know how hard it is to break the deity palace. I've seen Ancestor Blackwind's dossier. He only grasped hold of a grade 3 true meaning. So how could he be so powerful? I've looked through it carefully, and it seems that some parts of the dossier were skipped over? Dongbo Shuiying asked. He's a mage, after all, using the same true meaning and the laws of profound mysteries of the true meaning to construct spells. There are differences in power. Ancestor Black Wind was an extremely amazing mage. Skipped over? That's because he had some fortuitous encounters. Back then, his combat power had reached an unparalleled level, but he could not become a god. That's why he did something crazy, causing his combat power to increase once again. However, some of the secrets related to the Xia people were skipped over, Palace Lord Qin said. You can't tell me? Dongbo Shueing asked. I can't, Palace Lord Qin said. Dongbo Shueing curled his lips. He did something crazy? What exactly was it that, even with his current status, Palace Lord Qin was not willing to tell him? Palace Lord Qin laughed. If you want to try, you have to be careful. Although Ancestor Black Wind set up a trap to not kill the transcendence of the Xia people, sometimes the power is too great, and if you're not careful, you can still lose your life. I know. Dongbo Shueing was very relaxed. Firstly, Ancestor Black Wind did not have any killing intent towards the transcendence of the Xia people. Secondly, he had the mirage. He did not believe that the techniques left behind by the dead demigod mage would be able to harm him in the mirage. If you succeed, and if you discover a treasure that will be of great help to the Xia people. Palace Lord Qin hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly, something that won't be of much use to you. You can exchange it with the Xia people. A treasure that will be of great help to the Xia people? Dongbo Shueing was puzzled. You've grasped hold of a grade, too true meaning. Even if you don't succeed this time, you'll have a high chance of succeeding in the future. Palace Lord Qin said. You'll understand when you break into the Black Wind Deity Palace. According to what I know, the treasures of the Black Wind Deity Palace are definitely extraordinary, if not for the fact that taking it by force might trigger some self-destruction. The previous 2 great emperors would have long taken it. Amen. Dongbo Shueing became even more curious. Palace Lord Qin did not elaborate further. What exactly did the Black Wind Deity Palace have? After bidding farewell to Palace Lord Qin, Dongbo Shueing went to the Water Taoist faction and bought nearly 20,000 contribution points worth of various treasures. They were all prepared for his parents, little brother, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong. They could also be used by the descendants of his clan. As for weapons and armor, demigod weapons were of little help to Dongbo Shueing. Middle-grade demigod or top-grade demigod weapons were no different to him. Secondly, the stellar fire cloud spear was a weapon that was extremely suitable for him. This was because it did not have any runes on it. Why were other top-grade demigod weapons so powerful? It was because they had many runes that could unleash many unique powers. But the stellar fire cloud spear did not have any runes on it. It relied purely on the material it was made of. It was classified as a middle-grade demigod weapon. Thus, in the eyes of the Xia people, this was an extremely wasteful and extravagant thing. It was said that it was left behind by an alien who died. Just by relying on its material, it was already so powerful. Its material was even more precious than top-grade demigod weapons. Extreme piercing, the stellar fire cloud spear, was the most suitable weapon for material rejection. It could pierce through those demigod weapons and create a hole in them. After the new year, it was early spring and it was still very cold. At least in the Water Rights town, there was still snow everywhere. A young man and woman were flying side by side in the sky. Back then, I was chased by Xiang Pangyan while escaping. Of course, I was the one who escaped. Dongbo Shueing and Jing Qiu were flying along the same route that they used to escape. Back then, it was really dangerous. If I had really fought on Snorrock Mountain, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of Xiang Pangyan. After all, his true identity is that of a mutated demonic beast. Look, that's the Black Wind Cliff. Dongbo Shueing and Jing Qiu flew towards the Black Wind Cliff. I know. Senior Snow Eagle, you fell from the Black Wind Cliff. Jing Qiu also flew above the Black Wind Abyss and looked carefully. The huge black wind formed a whirlpool that spanned over a few thousand meters. Furthermore, this was only the outermost part of the whirlpool. The lower it was, the stronger the whirlpool became. Back then it was also luck. Dongbua Shui-ing also looked at the whirlpool. He had experienced a life and death situation here. What luck, if not for the crevice at the bottom of the valley, allowing him to sneak into the underground hall. He would have starved to death. It's not enough to rely on luck without strength. Jing Qiu was dressed in a thick white robe. She said worriedly, "Senior Snow Eagle, you have to be careful this time." "Don't worry, I have the deity warrior." Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. "Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe the deity warrior." "I believe you." Jing Qiu nodded. "It's never wrong to be careful." While the two were talking, "You two little fellows, why are you chattering on top of my head? Why don't you hide further away?" Suddenly, a powerful aura approached from below. Within the black wind, a huge silhouette could be vaguely seen. Following that, a huge black dragon's head popped out. Its huge golden eyes were staring angrily at the two figures standing above the whirlpool. In the eyes of this black dragon, they were just two ordinary transcendents. "Long time no see." Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. "You are." The black dragon's golden eyes were filled with doubt. It couldn't remember who this black-robed young man was. "Do you still remember the mortal young man who fell from the black wind abyss 50 years ago?" Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Back then, this black dragon caused him to feel suffocated and terrified. But now he could tell with a single glance that this black dragon was a powerful demigod refiner organism. Chapter 223. Correction. Jing Qiu is still a peak sky realm transcendent, not a saint. The previous text has been corrected. If the guardian of the outermost perimeter of the Black Wind Deity Palace was already so strong, what about the bottom of the valley? What about the deepest parts of the Deity Palace? No wonder not a single transcendent was able to break through it in the past tens of thousands of years. Shui-ing knew that there was still a huge gap between his combat power and that of the current number one under the heavens, Mountain Lord He. He could only give it a try by relying on his 3-grade, 2 true meanings. Regardless of success or failure, he would still be able to enter the underground palace and enter the major, transcendent world through the crack in the valley. 50 years ago, the black dragon's huge golden eyes were filled with doubt. I still have some impression of it. Back then, a black youth was like a phantom, engulfed by the black wind vortex and falling at high speed. Through the dense black wind, the black dragon had indeed caught a glimpse of him. And it was indeed you. The black dragon carefully examined Dongbua Shui-ing's facial features before laughing. "Haha, who would have thought that in just 50 years a mortal would become a peak saint transcendent? Fortunately, you did not attack me. Otherwise, I would have died without any ability to resist." Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. "I will not attack a mortal. Master's orders are aimed at transcendence." The huge black dragon said, "Why, now that you have become a saint transcendent, you want to charge in?" "I do want to try." Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. "Brat, you should hide further away. Go to the Xia capital and investigate the background of the Black Wind Deity Palace. The Black Wind Deity Palace isn't a place that any transcendent can barge into. Even if I don't want to kill you, if I accidentally use too much strength, I'm afraid that the aftermath of my attack will kill you." The black dragon deliberately emitted an aura, causing the entire black wind vortex to tremble. "That genius of your Xia people is called Qiu Qi Bai. He could not defeat me even when he was a saint, even after becoming a demigod and wielding a deity weapon. Although he won against me, I am only the outermost perimeter guardian. The powerful guardian within the Black Wind Deity Palace can easily defeat him. That bit of strength of his is still far from enough. Even he was defeated. Tell me, how can a little saint like you win?" Black Dragon had asked. "But I still want to give it a try." Dongbua Shui-ing grinned. Roar. You, a saint-rank transcendent? You can't even beat me. Come, come, come. I'll let you try. The black dragon's head let out a low roar, its voice causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The power of the sound waves caused Dongbua Shueing and Jingqiu's expressions to change slightly. What terrifying strength! Just the sound waves alone are already so powerful. Jingqiu was shocked. In terms of pure strength, I'm afraid he's at the peak of the demigod level. Dongbua Shueing nodded as well. He's so strong, and he's only at the outermost perimeter guardian? Jingqiu exclaimed in admiration at the Black Wind ancestor's generosity. She was also a transcendent sorcerer, and when Dongbua Shueing told her that he wanted to enter the Black Wind deity palace, she specially investigated the relevant information and was shocked. Senior brother Snow Eagle, you have to be careful. This Black Wind ancestor is a sorcerer that's close to the level of a deity. Sorcerers are meticulous, and the methods he left behind can render transcendents who have existed for hundreds of thousands of years helpless. Don't worry, just wait outside. Dongbua Shueing was extremely confident. Amen. Jingqiu immediately flew backwards, directly to the edge of the Black Wind cliff, and stood at the edge of the cliff to observe everything. The Black Wind abyss was very wide, at least a few thousand meters wide. The Black Wind vortex that enveloped the area was incomparably turbulent. The Black Dragon's head was like a small mountain, tens of meters tall. Brat, do you really want to try? This is fatal. The Black Dragon's head let out a vigorous voice. I'll give it a try. Dongbua Shueing looked down. Tell me your name, the Black Dragon's head said. He had also started to re-evaluate Dongbua Shueing. Those who dared to give it a try were extremely stupid. Most of them had some tricks up their sleeves. My name is Dongbua Shueing. Very good. Boom! Amidst the dense black wind, a huge figure could be seen rising rapidly. The Black Dragon's over 1,000 meters long body was fully revealed. At this moment, it was coiled up, and its huge golden eyes were staring at Dongbua Shueing. Its ferocious aura was completely unleashed, causing Dongbua Shueing to feel a slight sense of pressure. What great strength! Dongbua Shueing exclaimed. The difference between the height of an ordinary human and 1,000 meters long black dragon was simply too huge. In front of the black dragon, Dongbua Shueing was like a tiny speck. The black dragon's huge body also gave the black dragon immense strength. Even Qiu Qi Bai, who specialized in offense, was defeated by this black dragon when he was still a saint. Perhaps the black dragon was weak in many aspects such as techniques and realm. However, just the strength of a peak demigod was enough to stop many transcendents. And this was only the outermost layer of defense. Come! The huge black dragon soared into the sky, and its huge head was already at the same level as the Black Wind cliff. It looked down at the tiny Dongbua Shueing, and its golden eyes were filled with rage. Following that, it swooped down and bit down on Dongbua Shueing. It's starting! Jingqiu, who was watching the battle from the cliff, was incomparably nervous. The black dragon's aura was too strong. Shueing watched as the black dragon swooped down towards him, especially the incomparably sharp teeth within its ferocious mouth. As a demigod refiner organism, the toughness of the materials used to construct them was terrifying. However, Dongbua Shueing was not in a hurry to dodge. Instead, he calmly stood in midair and watched as the ferocious mouth closed in on him. The black dragon was puzzled. Why wasn't he dodging? Was he going to fight it head-on? A saint transcendent dared to fight it head-on? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Expel! Dongbua Shueing suddenly shouted. Wang! A formless domain of laws of profound mysteries immediately enveloped the huge black dragon that swooped down. The huge black dragon's body suddenly tensed up, as though an invisible force had enveloped every single part of its body. Following that, the huge black dragon was sent flying backwards. Although its body was twisting and struggling, it was still unable to withstand this invisible force. It flew backwards at high speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the 1,000-meter-long black dragon was directly flattened into the side of the black wind abyss like a pancake, stuck tightly to the side. Its body was still struggling, but it was unable to break free from the cliff. True meaning of star, gravity domain. Ah! Jing Qiu looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Her senior brother Snow Eagle did not even see him move, but that domineering huge black dragon had already been smashed onto the cliff of the black wind abyss. Fortunately, the cliff of the black wind abyss was protected by a formation. Otherwise, with such a force, any ordinary mountain would have collapsed. What's going on? This is. The black dragon's body was twisting and struggling, but it was unable to break free from the cliff. That formless gravitational force was simply too strong. You've lost. Dongbo Shui Ying laughed. The gravity domain could cover an area of 100 li around him, but it was similar to extreme piercing, which could cover both close and far distances. The range of the gravity domain was also controllable. Simply put, the area covered by the laws of profound mysteries was the gravity domain. The maximum area covered by the laws of profound mysteries was 100 li away from him. In order to prevent too many mortals from dying, Dongbo Shui Ying only covered the area around him and the huge black dragon. If the gravity domain was used against human demigods, it would not have such heaven-defying power. But who asked this black dragon to be so huge? Its body was 1,000 meters long. Hence, under the same gravity, the repulsive force he felt was much stronger than that of a human demigod. Even though he had the strength of a peak-stage demigod, he was still fiercely repulsed by the gravity domain, and he was unable to break free. The black dragon was infuriated, but he was helpless against this repulsive force. His huge golden eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness as he let out a low roar. I've lost! Wang. With a thought, Dongbo Shui Ying retracted the gravity domain. Only then did the black dragon regain its freedom from the cliff. It was really uncomfortable to be pressed against the cliff just now. Kid, don't be too happy. I didn't expect you to have such a strange, true meaning of gravity. The black dragon was somewhat unhappy. It was too embarrassing to be defeated by a saint-class transcendent. This true meaning of gravity happens to restrain me. However, this gravity domain is useless in battle. I'm only the first layer of protection. The other protectors in the Black Wind Deity Palace are much more dangerous. Thank you for your reminder. Dongbo Shui Ying laughed. He raised his head and looked at Jing Qiu, who was on the Black Wind Cliff. Jing Qiu, wait for me here. I'll go down and see how powerful this Black Wind Deity Palace is. Senior brother Snow Eagle, be careful, Jing Qiu said. At the same time, she was inwardly surprised. Didn't her senior brother have grasped hold of the grade 2 true meaning of piercing? Since when had he grasped hold of the true meaning of gravity? She also understood that Dongbo Shui Ying was displaying it in front of her because he trusted her. South Dongbo Shui Ying rapidly dubbed downwards. The power of the black wind maelstrom was like a light breeze to the current him. It did not affect him in the slightest. I've actually been defeated by a saint-class transcendent. The black dragon still could not accept it. He was just a mortal 50 years ago. That year, he glanced at that mortal young man who fell from the sky and did not care about him at all. In his eyes, mortals were as weak as ants. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed to the point where he could not even struggle free from the cliff? His luck is good, and he just happened to restrain me. In a while, he's going to suffer. I have to go down and take a look. The black dragon's huge body immediately swung its body and flew downwards. Chapter 224. Bang! Dongbo Shui Ying flew downwards at high speed like a sharp sword. The huge black dragon behind him followed suit. The two of them flew one after the other, a human transcendent. He seems to be only a saint-ranked transcendent. How can he be so reckless? Even the black dragon has been defeated? You guys didn't see it earlier, but I saw it clearly. That black-robed young man didn't even move in midair. The black dragon was suppressed and couldn't resist at all. Some refiner organisms living in the black wind abyss conversed with each other. Their strength was much weaker. Most of them were saint-ranked refiner organisms. Since the black dragon had been defeated, they naturally didn't dare to resist. Whew! They continued flying downwards. This black wind abyss was very deep. As they continued to descend, they had already entered the ground. When I saw these transcendent refiner organisms in the past, I felt that they were all terrifyingly strong. Dongbua Shueing sighed. From the looks of it, other than the black dragon, which is a demigod, the rest are all saint-ranked transcendents. As for the soldiers and generals formed by the array, they don't even have any intelligence. They only have the most basic of instincts. Their strength is even weaker. Back when he was still a legend ranker, he had relied on the flames of myriad things to kill a black-armored soldier. Kill! Those black-armored soldiers and generals who only had instincts had ice-cold eyes. They didn't have a trace of emotion as they charged towards Dongbua Shueing without any fear of death. Dongbua Shueing directly released the true meaning of gravity. The terrifying gravitational force acted on the black-armored soldiers and generals. Those weaker black-armored soldiers instantly disintegrated. As for the generals, they also started to disintegrate as they flew backwards, and after disintegration, they turned into black fog. The black fog floated in the surroundings and even tried to condense again. However, under the might of the gravitational force, it was unable to condense into a solid form. Dongbua Shueing finally landed silently at the bottom of the valley. He turned his head and looked not far away. There was a huge pit on the ground. It was the same pit that he had fallen into when he was a legend ranker. Let's go take a look at the Black Wind Deity Palace. Shueing immediately took a step forward. Everywhere he passed, under the repulsive force of gravity, all the black-armored protectors roared and charged over. Regardless of whether they were soldiers or commanders, were all turned into black fog. So strong! What kind of invisible power is this human transcendent using? This should be the gravity true meaning. The alchemy creatures muttered as they followed and watched from afar. Only the black dragon flew at the front, following closely behind Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing also glanced at the alchemy creatures behind him and said, "Ancestor Black Wind really made a lot of alchemy creatures. There were more than 10 martial saints and 1 demigod. And this was just outside the divine palace. Where did he get so many alchemy creatures? Especially the black dragon, which is so big. How many materials did he use?" In the Xia people, there were quite a number of transcendent alchemy organisms. For example, the 100 Battles chamber had a total of 100 of them. However, they were generally smaller in size. The materials used for sky realm refinement organisms were relatively poor, so they might be willing to make them a little bigger. But for a demigod refinement organism to be 1,000 meters long, Palace Lord Qin didn't tell me much either. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself, this Black Wind Divine Palace must have some huge secrets. As he walked, he soon arrived in front of a majestic cave-dwelling palace. The cave-dwelling palace was emitting a misty green light, and the patrolling black-armored guards had all been disintegrated into black fog by the gravity. No one dared to obstruct him. The majestic entrance of the palace was 100 meters tall, and it was completely green in color. "Open!" Dongbua Shueing waved his hand. Boom! A dazzling fiery, red, transcendent battle, chi, formed a huge palm that was tens of meters long. This huge palm was extremely ferocious, and its surface was covered with a layer of star true meaning. In terms of strength, the star true meaning was famous. It was as though a star had smashed out. However, it was most suitable to be used to open the door. Following a loud sound, the huge palm slammed onto the dark green palace door. Following the loud sound, the two doors were pushed open, revealing the scene within. The interior of the cave-dwelling palace was filled with white fog. White fog! Dongbua Shue Ing furrowed his brows as he looked carefully. The white fog caused the interior of the palace to be faintly discernible. However, he was able to see some tall bronze red pillars. Dongbua Shue Ing. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded, and the huge black dragon behind him flew to the back of Dongbua Shue Ing, especially the huge black dragon head. It was right beside Dongbua Shue Ing. Dongbua Shue Ing looked at the black dragon. What's the matter? The Black Wind Divine Palace is where my master cultivated in the past. The black dragon said, my master didn't wish for some weak transcendents to overestimate themselves and barge in. Thus, he set up a simple array outside the Black Wind Divine Palace. He ordered some black-armored guards to patrol. Then he ordered us, the refiner organisms, to chase away those transcendents. To be honest, those black-armored guards and those saint-tier refiner organisms are only in charge of trivial matters. Only I am truly in charge of the outermost perimeter. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. He could tell that if he didn't have the true meaning of gravity, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat the black dragon in a head-on battle. However, the laws of profound mysteries were as such. No matter how strong you were, but if the laws of profound mysteries were countered, you wouldn't be able to unleash your full strength and would be toyed around with. Amongst my master's subordinates, I am the most useless one, the black dragon said. Thus, I am in charge of the outermost perimeter. The interior of this divine palace is extremely dangerous, especially that white fog. There is a danger of death. Once you enter, you must be careful. Once you feel that something is amiss, immediately shout, admit defeat. Although you will be chased out, at least you will be able to preserve your life. I understand. Thanks. Dongbua Shue Ing laughed. He could feel the goodwill of the black dragon. After all, Ancestor Blackwind was an ancestor of the Xia people. He was still relatively lenient towards the transcendence of the Xia people. This was also the reason why Jing Qiu, Palace Lord Chen, and the rest did not stop Dongbua Shue Ing. However, Dongbua Shue Ing was ultimately still too weak. His frontal attacks were not even in the top 10 of the demigod rankings, let alone Mountain Lord He and the rest. Mountain Lord He, faction head Si Kongyan, and the rest would not be able to do anything here. They would be defeated and have to leave helplessly. One could imagine the might of the attacks here. If he was not careful, Dongbua Shue Ing might lose his life. Dongbua Shue Ing walked towards the palace alone. The huge black dragon that was entrenched outside the palace was secretly worried. He was very optimistic about Dongbua Shue Ing. A saint transcendent was already so powerful. This was an elite of the Xia people. He was afraid that Dongbua Shue Ing would lose his life inside. That would be too much of a pity. Dongbua Shue Ing walked past the door and entered the main hall of the palace. The surroundings were still filled with white fog. Amen? Dongbua Shue Ing furrowed his brows as he sensed his surroundings. His gravity domain had also enveloped the surroundings. Although he did not activate it, he was still carefully sensing his surroundings. His gravity domain could only envelop this main hall. Any further, and it would be obstructed by an invisible array. The array within this Black Wind Deity Palace is actually able to obstruct my gravity detection? Dongbua Shue Ing was very shocked. Gravity was extremely hard to obstruct, and the difficulty of obstructing was no less than obstructing his extreme piercing. Moreover, this Black Wind Deity Palace is also obstructing my extreme piercing. This deity palace was enveloped by an invisible force. Dongbua Shue Ing had tried using his true meaning of extreme piercing, but he was also unable to penetrate through it. This made Dongbua Shue Ing even more curious. Back then, the reincarnators from the temporal temple had also made preparations in advance. That was why they purchased precious arrays to obstruct Dongbua Shuang. However, Ancestor Black Wind was different. The Black Wind deity palace that he built had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It had obstructed generations of transcendence from the Xia people, as expected of a powerful mage that could suppress an era. Even after he died, the deity palace that he left behind still caused generations of transcendence from the Xia people to be helpless against it. Dongbua Shue Ing exclaimed inwardly. At the same time, he became even more cautious of his surroundings. A long spear had already appeared in his hand. Snow Eagle, be careful. I can sense a unique existence spying on you. He is right beside you. A ripple was transmitted into Dongbua Shue Ing's mind. The source of the ripple was the greenish-gray wristband on his wrist. Chapter 225. It's right beside me. Dongbua Shue Ing was shocked. Because of the black dragon's reminder, he had been scanning his surroundings carefully the moment he entered the palace. The black dragon had mentioned that there was a danger of death within the white fog. This made Dongbua Shue Ing even more cautious. He did not discover any enemies, but the deity world divine weapon did. Dongbua Shue Ing did not hesitate to unleash his gravity domain's power. The surging gravitational force repelled everything around him. Regardless of whether it was the sturdy pillars or the white fog, they were all easily repelled by the gravitational force. Although the white fog floated for a moment, it immediately regained its stability. The gravitational force was actually unable to repel this fog. Something's not right. My gravitational force is able to kill ordinary peak stage Saint-class demons. This fog can actually resist it? Dongbua Shue Ing was shocked. Suddenly, a portion of the white fog condensed into a figure. It looked like an ape, and it was wielding 2 fog sabers. Die. The white fog ape's body was still illusory, but its eyes were filled with lightning. Sila! The 2 fog sabers were terrifyingly fast. They left behind a trail of lightning in midair before arriving in front of Dongbua Shuang. Although it took a long time to describe, the white fog ape had condensed and slashed out with the sabers in its hands in an instant. Dang! Dongbua Shue Ing was extremely cautious. His reflex was to stab out with his spear. Wherever the spear passed, a black line would appear in the space around it. However, the space around it was completely sealed, and it could not be torn apart. When the spear and the white fog sabers clashed, a metallic sound could be heard. The power of the collision caused Dongbua Shue Ying's body to tremble and take a step back. Even so, he continued to stab out with his spear. Shwa, shwa, shwa! In an instant, hundreds and thousands of black lines appeared. The stellar fire cloud spear turned into countless spear shadows that crazily enveloped the white fog ape. Faster, faster, faster. He pushed his speed to the maximum. Dongbua Shue Ing didn't even have time to think. He relied purely on his instincts to stab out with his spear. The true meaning of extreme piercing was already extremely shocking in terms of speed. At this moment, it was on full display. He drew his spear as he retreated, drew his spear as he advanced, and drew his spear as he turned. The traces of black threads were like an inescapable net. Dang, dang, dang! The sound of weapons clashing was very dense. The white mist ape's dual blades were also furiously slashing. The blades formed by his white mist had the feeling of nothingness of the white mist, but they also carried lightning and were shockingly fast. Speed against speed. Enduring a single extreme piercing wasn't much. Being able to face it head-on for 1,000 times was truly amazing. He actually blocked it. Dongbua Shue Ing was shocked. This white fog ape is stronger than me. and my true meaning of extreme piercing is more mystical than its saber art. However, it was able to block my attacks head-on. Furthermore, his speed was too fast. His saber technique even incorporated the power of mist and lightning. The black dragon has a large body and great strength, but its battle techniques are too crude. Suddenly, the white fog ape stopped retreating. Its lightning eyes were still staring at Dongbu Shuang. Human transcendent, the true meaning of your spear technique is truly strange. That piercing power continuously penetrates into my saber, greatly reducing the speed of my saber technique. Otherwise, I would have defeated you long ago. This caused Dongbu Shuang to be inwardly shocked. So, its speed could actually be even faster? That's right. Although it had blocked extreme piercing, the power contained within extreme piercing still greatly affected its saber technique. You can block one of me, but what about 4 of me? The white fog ape suddenly revealed a cold smile. Its figures started to disperse. It dispersed into 4 illusory figures. The 4 illusory figures gathered the surrounding white mist and formed 4 white fog apes. These 4 white fog apes each held a curved saber with both hands and stared at Dongbu Shuang. Dongbu Shuang's expression changed. Kill! The 4 white fog apes surrounded him at the same time. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, and they instantly closed in. As the saying went, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. It was too difficult to defend against the encirclement of 4. Under the suppression of the gravity domain, Dongbu Shuang's spear technique changed. Countless spear shadows of the stellar fire cloud spear danced around, sweeping, collapsing, blocking, leading, twisting, whipping, sealing. In an instant, a red cloud appeared in Dongbu Shuang's line of sight. The red cloud seemed to revolve like the stars in the sky, forming an impenetrable defense. The true meaning of star was formed by the earth containing water, fire, and wind. Although it did not have the terrifying penetrative power of extreme piercing, it was boundless and boundless. It could contain everything. His spear technique was also able to contain everything. It was like moving clouds and flowing water without a single flaw. A single spear was actually able to block the encirclement of 4 white fog apes. What? This human transcendence defense is so strong. The white fog apes were shocked. While defending, Dongbu Shuang's spear also contained a surging force. With a sweep of his spear, 3 white fog apes were sent flying. You are split into 4, so it is indeed harder to defend. However, your strength and speed have been reduced. You are still not my match. After sweeping away 3 white fog apes, Dongbu Shuang immediately followed up with a ferocious stab of extreme piercing through the body of the last white fog ape. The white fog ape's eyes widened in shock. Then it completely dissipated and reformed in the distance. They were condensed from fog. Their gathering and dispersing were unpredictable. It was impossible to kill them. At the very least, demigods did not have the means to kill them. I don't believe that a saint transcendent like you can defeat me. No saint transcendent has ever defeated me before. The white fog apes roared. Who? The 4 white fog apes frantically attacked Dongbu Shuang. One moment they would surround him. The next they would combine into one, forming the strongest white fog ape. The white fog apes even split into 2. The 2 white fog apes, whose strength had been reduced, attacked simultaneously. However, it was useless. No matter how the white fog apes attacked, Dongbu Shuang was able to block them. Moreover, as the battle progressed, Dongbu Shuang began to ponder more about his spear techniques. He also gained a deeper understanding of the true meaning of extreme piercing and the true meaning of star. Battle was a practical test of his spear techniques. This allowed Dongbu Shuang's spear techniques to improve continuously. Go in. The white fog ape, who had retreated a distance away, seemed a little lonely. He stood in the main hall and said in a low voice, "I can't defeat you. I can't stop you. I really didn't expect that I would lose to a saint. Ever since I was born, I have never lost to a saint in the 8 million years since I was born. Never. Ever since he was refined until now. This was the first time he was helpless against a saint. Although Dongbua Shui Ing didn't destroy him, his body was formed from fog. Even a demigod or a deity like the Dragon Mountain Emperor wouldn't be able to destroy him. Therefore, as long as he couldn't defeat an enemy, it meant that he had lost. However, brat, I am the gatekeeper of the palace." The white fog ape looked at Dongbua Shui Ing with eyes filled with electricity. "In this black wind deity palace, the other fellows are all stronger than me. Moreover, they will only get stronger. You are still too weak. I advise you to give up. You are already so strong as a saint. Your potential is shocking. Wait until you become a demigod before coming back. At that time, you will have hope of reaching the deepest part of the Black Wind Deity Palace." The second chapter, Chapter 226. I still want to try. Dongbua Shui Ing walked towards the side door of the palace. The white fog ape looked at Dongbua Shui Ing's back and shook his head. He is overestimating himself. This saint is the most promising transcendent I have ever seen. I hope he doesn't die inside. He won. Outside the door of the palace, the huge black dragon's golden eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Its huge head directly extended to the doorstep of the palace and looked at the white fog ape inside. "Hey, Wu Lei, didn't you always brag to me about how powerful you are? Are you calling me stupid? What's wrong with you today? You can't even win against a saint? Humph, you stupid dragon." The white fog ape was slightly embarrassed. "Didn't I still get defeated? How can I be the same as you? I was defeated by his true meaning of gravity. My body is too big and is restrained by him. Otherwise, I would have sent him flying with my tail." The giant dragon looked through the door and was slightly worried. "Sigh, this kid is forcing his way in. I hope he doesn't die in there." The white fog ape dissipated completely and turned back into white fog that permeated the entire palace. He had been living like this for hundreds of thousands of years. The corridor was 100 meters tall and 60 meters wide. The walls were sparkling like jade and as smooth as a mirror. The corridor was at least 1,000 meters deep. Wielding the stellar fire cloud spear, Dongbua Shui Ing walked alone. He used his gravity domain to scan the surroundings while maintaining an extremely strong repulsive force. After walking for 1,000 meters, a green staircase appeared in front of him. It extended downwards. Dang, dang, dang. Following the staircase, he walked for close to 200 meters before reaching the next level. And Dongbua Shui Ing's expression changed. Boom! The strong repulsive force of gravity forced out a hidden, living being at the corner of the wall. Previously, the corner of the wall looked ordinary, and one couldn't see any living being hiding there. However, after passing through the array and reaching the next level, the hidden living being naturally resisted the force of gravity and was exposed. Chi, chi, chi. This hidden creature seemed to break free from the wall, twisting and transforming into a gray-robed man. The gray-robed man carried a pair of short black sticks on his back. He grimaced in pain as he touched his face. His face seemed to have been kneaded to look like a normal human. "I was actually discovered by you. To be able to defeat that stupid dragon and Lei Wu, a saint-tier transcendent like you really does have some ability." The gray-robed man's voice sounded like metal rubbing against stone, hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "But you're just a saint-level transcendent. It's impossible for you to defeat me." Boom! The gray-robed man approached in an instant. He held a short stick in each of his hands. The short sticks were about 4 feet long, and he waved them. The short pole was brandished out. It was as if it was tearing apart the world. It brought along a terrifying power that made Shui-Ing apprehensive as it came crushing over. Even before exchanging blows, Shui-Ing could rely on his gravity domain to sense the surrounding space to determine that the power of this pole had far surpassed his. But the speed of this short pole was similarly frighteningly fast, and he did not have the time to retreat. He could only resist. He didn't even dare to face it head-on and tried his best to divert the force. Chi! The rod slashed downwards, and the spear's shadow collided with it like a swimming dragon. It was incomparably slippery, but Dongbua Shui-Ying's expression still changed. His hands went numb, and he couldn't help but stagger. Boom! Almost instinctively, the gray-robed man's other hand slashed out with the short rod as well. It was too fast. One rod followed the other like a windmill. It was too hasty, and Dongbua Shui-Ying barely managed to block the spear in front of him. Boom! Following the sound of the collision, the stellar fire cloud spear's shaft was bent, and the bent spear shaft struck Dongbua Shui-Ying's chest. Even though the boundless force of the impact was weakened by the true meaning of star, Dongbua Shui-Ying was still sent flying backwards. Fortunately, this attack was blocked by the spear shaft before it reached his body. Boom! The gray-robed man's hands were like windmills, and he swung his rod a third time. Dongbua Shui-Ying, whose arms were numb, tried his best to block the attack, but he was a step too slow. One rod, it landed squarely on Dongbua Shui-Ying's abdomen. Shio! Dongbua Shui-Ying's entire body was like a ray of light, and he was sent flying, crashing into one of the green steps behind him. Pa, pa, pa! Dongbua Shui-Ying felt that 6 of his bones were broken. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face turned pale. Demigod peak stage. Dongbua Shui-Ying looked at the gray-robed man with a pale face. In terms of strength, the black dragon had also reached the demigod peak stage. But could the two of them be the same? Those with a huge body would usually have great strength. The difference in size between a human and an ant would naturally be huge as well. By the same logic, the black dragon's body was too huge, and its advantage in size allowed it to excel in strength. However, this gray-robed man was different. He only had the height of a human, but his strength was at the demigod peak stage. Furthermore, his rod techniques also contained the profound mysteries of space. What about him? He had grasped hold of 3 true intents, but in terms of strength, he was only at the level of an experienced demigod. In a head-on clash, he was completely suppressed. Boom! When Dongbua Shui-Ying landed on the steps, the gray-robed man had already appeared in front of him. At this point, Dongbua Shui-Ying did not even have the time to retaliate. Enough! A loud roar. Boom! The greenish-gray bracelet on Dongbua Shui-Ying's wrist instantly transformed into a green armored protector. The green armored protector slapped out furiously, causing layers of space to distort like the ripples on the surface of water. The gray-robed man's expression changed. He swung out the rod in his right hand, smashing it directly towards the green armored protector's terrifying palm. The two of them clashed. The green armored protector stood at his original position, not moving at all. However, the gray-robed man was sent flying backwards and landed on the ground. The deity world warrior of the Xia people. The gray-robed man frowned. You are also a deity world warrior, right? The green armored protector coldly said, but a weaker one. I am only the 5th of the 5 shadows. What does it matter if you win against me? If you have the ability, then beat my big brother. The gray-robed man coldly snorted. The deity world warriors that the ancestors of the Xia people sent back to their homeland had all reached the threshold of a demigod. Under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, they were the strongest deity world warriors that could be sent down. The stronger ones had already surpassed the limits of the laws of heaven and earth. The green-armored protector's strength was comparable to the demonic avatar of the purple-armored, skinny demon general. and that demon general was comparable to Mountain Lord He, who wielded the deity weapon. Even the demonic avatar had a portion of the original strength. The green armored protector could definitely be considered as one of the top 10 demigods. Moreover, they had an advantage over ordinary demigods. They were absolutely undying. Even with an undying body, they could still be killed. But they did not even have the possibility of being killed. At the very least, demigods could not do it. Even the Dragon Mountain Emperor, who had become a deity, could not hope to do so. Those that could destroy deity world warriors were much stronger than the Dragon Mountain Emperor. Brat, you are not my opponent. This deity world warrior of the Xia people is very strong. He has the strength of one of the top 10 demigods, and he can defeat me. But if you want to pass through me, you must rely on your own strength. Otherwise, you will be going against Master's rules. Going against Master's rules isn't something a deity world warrior can block. The gray-robed man stood there, the 2 black rods in his hands casually inserted behind his back. Go back and cultivate. Come back again when your transcendent chi reaches the peak of the demigod level. Snow Eagle, let's go. The green-armored protector turned to look at Dongbu Shuang. The master of the Black Wind Deity Palace is, after all, an existence that could suppress an era. The deity palace that he left behind is not so easy to break through. I know. Dongbu Shuang also stood up and touched his chest. His bones and internal organs were rapidly recovering. I didn't expect that after just entering the deity palace and defeating the gatekeeper, I would be crushed on the stairs of the corridor. Dongbu Shuang shook his head lightly. He stretched out his hand, and the green-armored protector immediately turned into a stream of energy and wrapped around Dongbu Shuang's wrist. Originally, I wanted to rely on my own strength to break through and see how far I can go. Seems like the gap is too big. It's good that you know the gap is big. The gray-robed man said indifferently, if you didn't have the deity world warrior of the Xia people, I would definitely teach you an unforgettable lesson. The gap is big and I can't fight head-on. Dongbu Shuang laughed. But can you touch me now? Hua. Dongbu Shuang disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Where is he? The gray-robed man was shocked. He looked around. How could he disappear without a trace? Master's deity palace is filled with layers of arrays, and the space is sealed. How could he disappear without a trace? Where did he go? He couldn't find Dongbu Shuang at all. In the other world, the other side of the real world. Who would have thought that I would be forced to use this move so quickly? The black-robed teenager walked in a vast world. This world was like a reflection of the real world, and it was exactly the same as the real world. But this was the mirage. Only those who had sufficient understanding of the mirage could enter this mysterious world with their bodies. The true meaning of mirage had a lower offensive power than a grade 3 true meaning. But in the mirage, it was extremely difficult for an expert from the real world to attack or even discover it. When he reached the entrance of the Black Wind Deity Palace, Dongbu Shuang discovered it. Teleportation? The space was sealed and he couldn't teleport. Extreme piercing? The Black Wind Deity Palace was enveloped by an extremely powerful force, and the obstruction of piercing was too great. But the mirage? The arrays of the Black Wind Deity Palace could not affect the mirage at all. Experts who could control the mirage were known as the most terrifying assassins. It was easy to obstruct extreme piercing, but to obstruct the mirage, one had to meet an existence with a higher level of understanding of the true meaning of mirage, or one could completely isolate the world. The real world and the mirage were completely isolated, but these two aspects were too difficult. In the history of the Xia people, other than Dongbu Shuang, there was only one other person who had grasped a grade 2 true meaning. And the true meaning of mirage was extremely rare even amongst grade 2 true meanings. To meet another person who could control the mirage? How difficult would that be? As for obstructing the real world and the mirage, that was something only a god could do. Who? Dongbua Shwe-ing walked in the mirage. Where is he? Why did he disappear? How is this possible? What kind of law of profound mysteries is this? How could he avoid Master's arrays? The gray-robed male did not dare believe it. Pa! A hand appeared out of nowhere, appearing above his head and patting it. You can slowly search here. Dongbua Shwe-ing's teasing voice could be heard. Amen. The gray-robed male waved his palm upwards, but the space above him was empty. Dongbua Shwe-ing had already retracted his palm back into the mirage. What technique has he grasped? The gray-robed male looked in all directions. Dongbua Shwe-ing was strolling in the mirage, heading deeper into the Black Wind Deity Palace. The Black Wind Deity Palace was protected by layers of arrays in the real world, but it was unobstructed in the mirage. Everything was under Dongbua Shwe-ing's observation. Under his observation, Dongbua Shwe-ing discovered many obstacles and dangers within the Black Wind Deity Palace. There were also many existences stronger than the gray-robed male. The Black Wind Deity Palace's terrifying strength was not just for show. But no matter how terrifying it was useless, because they could not discover Dongbua Shwe-ing, who was in the mirage, let alone attack him. Chapter 228. In one of the halls of the Black Wind Deity Palace, a gold man clad in a gray robe, whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold, was sitting on the main seat. The gold man had a pair of glowing golden eyes. Just by sitting there, he emitted a formless pressure, as though he was a towering mountain. Big brother. There were 4 figures standing beside him. These 4 figures were the gray-robed man, the red-haired handsome youth, the bewitching and beautiful woman, and the calm and indifferent child who had fought with Dongbua Shwe-ing previously. We have searched the entire Black Wind Deity Palace, but we couldn't find that Dongbua Shwe-ing. The red-haired handsome youth hastily said, Old 5. The bewitching woman smiled lightly, and the surroundings seemed to be filled with color. This smile of hers was enough to move the hearts of many transcendents. However, the 4 beside her were deity warriors, so they weren't affected at all. Are you mistaken? Master's attainments in arrays are extremely high. If a powerful transcendent spent time to slowly decipher the arrays he set up, I would believe it. But you said that he disappeared without a trace. That's too ridiculous. He indeed disappeared without a trace. The gray-robed man was somewhat angry. Second brother, you didn't find him either? The gold man looked at the indifferent child. The indifferent child nodded lightly. I didn't find him. I went to the place where old 5 was guarding and carefully searched, but I couldn't find him. Oh, the gold man pondered. At this moment, in the mirage, Dongbua Shwe-ing was watching these 5 with interest. From their conversation, he had already deduced that these 5 should be the so-called 5 shadows. From the vague sense of threat he felt, each one was stronger than the last, especially the gold man. The pressure he brought with him was even stronger than the green-armored protector who was protecting him. This was normal. The green-armored protector formed by the green-gray bracelets specialized in protection. As for the gold man, Dongbua Shwe-ing deduced that he was a deity warrior who specialized in attacking. The number of deity warriors of the Xia people can be counted on one hand. Dongbua Shwe-ing thought to himself. However, every single one of them has reached the limits of the natural laws of the heaven and earth. As for the celestial world warriors in the Black Wind Deity Palace, there are weak ones and strong ones. That weak, gray-robed man was easily sent flying by the green-armored guardian. However, the other 4 getting stronger and stronger. Even if they are slightly weaker, they are still 5 celestial world warriors. Dongbua Shwe-ing was shocked. Celestial world warriors? Those were made by a god, and there were 5 of them at once. Dongbua Shwe-ing also suspected that the white fog ape guarding the entrance of the palace was a celestial world warrior. However, it was a celestial world warrior that was slightly weaker than the gray-robed man. Also, in the depths of the Black Wind Deity Palace, there was an existence that seemed to be from the deity realm. In total, there were 7 of them. No wonder the palace, Lord Qin, was so vague about it. Dongbo Shui-ing thought to himself, there must be some secrets behind it. Hua, the gold man who was sitting on the throne, stood up and said coldly, all of you go back to your own places. I'm going to see that water rat. That water rat, relying on the fact that Master trusted him the most, always puts on airs in front of us. How annoying. The red-haired, handsome young man curled his lips. Humph, in terms of strength, he is even weaker than Big Brother. Logically speaking, we should be in charge of the Black Wind Deity Palace. However, before Master died, he let that water rat take charge of it. The gray-robed man snorted as well. All right. The gold man frowned and immediately left. In the mirage, Dongbo Shui-ing followed the gold man. Soon, the gold man arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a lake that was several hundred meters wide. The water in the lake was pitch black. On the shore of the black lake, the ground was as smooth as a mirror. A black rat about half a meter tall was sitting cross-legged like a human. The black rat's whiskers drooped down, and its eyes were closed as it silently cultivated. Dong! 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 As the gold man walked, the earth seemed to shake. The smooth ground of the entire garden started to tremble, and the black lake started to roll. Bossing, it's rare that you come to see me. Do you want to fight every time? The black rat opened its eyes, revealing a pair of bright black eyes. I can't beat you, but you can't do anything to me either. What's the point of fighting? Isn't it because Master trusted me the most and handed everything to me, letting me take charge? I'm not fighting anymore. The gold man said coldly, we are about to be freed. I'm afraid that we will soon leave this Black Wind Deity Palace. There's no need to fight anymore. You mean that human Dongbo Shui-ing? Why, you 5 shadows have your own specialties, but you can't find him? The black rat was shocked. He was in charge of the entire Black Wind Deity Palace's array. From the moment Dongbo Shui-ing disappeared, he was already on guard. I can't find him. The gold man shook his head. The black rat frowned. The frown of a rat was quite cute. Suddenly, he looked at the void beside him. Dongbo Shui-ing, you should be here, right? Amen. The gold man's expression changed slightly. Haha, your guess is correct. I'm indeed here. However, you can't find me. Dongbo Shui-ing's voice reverberated within the garden, causing the gold man and the black rat to be startled. He was really here. The black rat continued. My master has only condensed a deity heart by relying on a grade 3 true meaning. Even though he had some fortuitous encounters and had great accomplishments in the field of arrays, even though he had some fortuitous encounters and had high achievements in the field of arrays when it comes to true meanings of a higher grade, like the legendary grade 2 true meanings, or even the unimaginable grade 1 true meanings, they are too strange and cannot be guarded against. You should have grasped hold of an extremely strange grade 2 true meaning, right? Is it impossible for me to have grasped hold of a grade 1 true meaning? Dongbo Shui-ing teased. His voice continued to reverberate. If you had grasped hold of a grade 1 true meaning, I'm afraid you would have been able to sweep through everything. The black rat laughed. It's impossible for you to be injured by the 5th shadow, who, within this peaceful garden, a black-robed teenager walked out from the void. He was none other than Dongbo Shui-ing. The gold man and the black rat looked curiously at this black-robed teenager, carefully scrutinizing his appearance and figure. What are the 2 of you doing? Dongbo Shui-ing felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at like this. For you to be able to defeat the gatekeeper, Lei Wu, and survive against the 5th shadow, you must have grasped hold of at least a grade 2 true meaning, the black rat said. You've also grasped hold of an extremely strange and unfathomable grade 2 true meaning. In other words, you must have grasped hold of at least two true meanings. In the history of the Xia people, other than you, there hasn't been anyone as formidable as you. The most heaven-defying transcendent in the history of the Xia people, the black rat exclaimed. Dongbua Shuang laughed. I've already broken through the layers of arrays and arrived at the deepest part of this god palace. I would like to ask if I have succeeded, and if I can obtain the treasures left behind by Senior Black Wind? The gold man and the black rat exchanged glances. Did it count? My master has arranged for a black dragon to guard the outer perimeter. This black dragon is a refiner organism personally refined by my master. The black rat said. As for the gatekeeper, Lei Wu, he is a deity warrior. Behind him are the 5 shadows, each stronger than the last. They all have their own specialties, and breaking through their obstructions is extremely difficult. Other than that, there are also the obstructions from the arrays. For example, after defeating the first shadow, you still need to forcefully break through an array. Usually, only someone with a combat power comparable to my master, or in other words, a deity, can break through it. Only after breaking through it can you reach my place. The black rat laughed, his whiskers curling up. But you can't even win against the 5th shadow. However, I still have to say that you have succeeded. The black rat grinned. My master only said that by relying on one's true strength to break through the layers of obstructions and arrive before me, the Xia people's transcendence can obtain everything he left behind. Indeed, you have relied on your own strength to break through the layers of obstructions. Dongbua Shuang revealed a joyous expression. He had actually succeeded. By relying on the true meaning of mirage, those obstructions could not obstruct him at all, and he had arrived here. And he had succeeded? He was just asking, and he didn't have much hope for it. He was still thinking that even if he did not succeed, he could always try again in the future when he was stronger. Dongbua Shuang, you have grasped hold of at least two true meanings. If you are not qualified, who is? The gold man said. You have indeed relied on your own strength to break through the layers of obstructions. Chapter 229. Actually, both the black rat and the gold man were eager to leave this place. Being stuck in a cavern palace for tens of thousands of years was too cruel. But the previous generations of Xia people were indeed not strong enough. Those grade 3 and grade 4 true meanings, Xia people demigods, could even use deity weapons to break through. But to break through head-on, one had to be as strong as Ancestor Black Wind. But in the tens of thousands of years after Ancestor Black Wind's death, none of the transcendents had reached such a realm. It was too difficult. Dongbua Shuang could not break through head-on. But even Ancestor Black Wind did not say that he had to break through head-on. My true meaning is mysterious enough to easily break through all obstacles. There is no need to fight head-on. This is also strength. Breaking through obstacles, relying on your own strength, and Xia people transcendence. The black rat said, if you meet these 3 criteria, you will succeed. Of course, you will succeed. Where are the treasures left behind by Ancestor Black Wind? Dongbua Shuang looked around. The black rat and gold man looked at each other. It's not in the Black Wind deity palace. The black rat said honestly, not in. Dongbua Shuang stared. The gold man said, it's like this. That year, Master prevented experts who became deities from robbing him. He also prevented the Beast Clan and outsiders from robbing him. Thus, Master's treasures are not in the Black Wind deity palace. Instead, they are in an extremely safe place. After all, everything left behind by Master can only be given to the Xia people. We cannot let outsiders take advantage of it. Right. Dongbua Shuang nodded. He then asked curiously, if that's the case, why didn't Ancestor Black Wind leave his treasures to the infernal palace of the Xia people? Instead, he built the Black Wind deity palace and left it to the later generations of the Xia people? Many transcendents and even demigods would leave some of their treasures to their own sects before they died. Most of them would stay in the infernal palace. The infernal palace was shared by the entire Xia people. Disagreement. The black rat said that year Master also wanted to leave his treasures to the infernal palace. However, during the discussion with the palace head, there was a disagreement and they had a huge argument. From then on, all of Master's treasures were not left in the infernal palace. Instead, he hid them away. Quarrel. Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled. He could feel that this senior Black Wind still cared about the Xia people. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort before his death? Back then, Senior Black Wind was the undisputed #1 expert of the Xia people. Back then, he had truly suppressed an entire era. He actually quarreled with the infernal palace master of that era? Why are you so noisy? Is there any disagreement? Dongbua Shui-ing asked curiously. I don't know about that. Master didn't tell me either, said the black rat. Dongbua Shui-ing mumbled to himself. An existence that could suppress an era? Quarrel with palace master? He actually has a total of 7 celestial warriors, although most of them were weaker. You'll know when you get your hands on Master's treasures. The black rat said, Master also said that everything is within his treasures. Many treasures, including our warrior talismans, are all there. If you want us to listen to your orders, you have to get the talismans first. Where's the treasures? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. Humph. The black rat was delighted. Only the water rat knows. The gold man laughed. No one else knows. Therefore, even if a god came and caught the water rat by force, even a water rat can't go against its master's orders and say it. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the black rat. Get out, the black rat said to the gold man. You even dare to hide it from me. The gold man shook his head. However, he still turned and walked out of the garden. Only Dongbua Shui-ing and the black rat were left in the garden. Dongbua Shui-ing was also curious. Where exactly did this ancestor Black Wind hide the treasures? In the deepest part of this Black Wind deity palace, the black rat said. There is a huge hall. Within that hall, there is a hidden door to the world. It leads to a major, transcendent world. This is a unique, major, transcendent world. It grows within the folds of the world's outer layer. It is completely sealed, and the world membrane cannot be torn apart. The transcendent natives of this major, transcendent world have never been able to tear through space and enter the mortal world. Oh! Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. No wonder no one knew about this 9th major, transcendent world. It grew in a completely sealed environment. Because the folds of the outer layer of the world were sealed, it was not connected to the space layer. To tear apart this completely sealed world membrane, it was equivalent to tearing apart the outermost layer of the mortal world. That was way too difficult. Normally, tearing apart space would only tear apart the innermost layer of the membrane and enter the space layer. Outside the space layer was the thickest outer layer of membrane. This outer layer of membrane enveloped the mortal world, as well as all the minor and major transcendent worlds. Because the major transcendent worlds were connected to the mortal world, the connection formed a world gate. This sealed major transcendent world's only exit was this world gate. Master's treasure is hidden deep underground in this major transcendent world. The black rat said, I'll give you the map. He's not afraid of being discovered and snatched away. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. Firstly, the treasure is very unique. Other than being able to see it with the naked eye, no other methods of detection can detect it. Using the naked eye to find a treasure in the vast underground of a major, transcendent world, who would be able to find it? Before this, no one knew that there was a treasure there. No one would be stupid enough to slowly search for it with the naked eye. The black rat said, Secondly, even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to open it. The key to open it is with me. Thirdly, the entrance to the world gate can only be used by human transcendence. Combined, it's definitely safe. The black rat was confident. He stretched out his hand. An octagonal black talisman appeared on his furry paw. This is the key. Take it. Dongbo Shueing took it. I'll draw the map for you. The black rat waved its little paw, and the waves in the black lake immediately flew up. These waves immediately began to form a huge three-dimensional pattern in midair. This is the detailed map of the major transcendent world. The treasure is right there. The black rat pointed at a part of the huge three-dimensional map. Instantly, a golden light shone from it. Whew! The huge map dissipated. The water waves returned to the lake. I'll give you the key. I'll also tell you the map. The black rat said. You have to be careful. After all, this is a major transcendent world. After tens of thousands of years, no one knows which transcendent natives are in this major transcendent world. There were strong and weak transcendent natives. For example, the second-ranked demigod, Fire Demon Emperor. Within his Fire Demon world, he was invincible. Mountain Lord He and the rest were also oppressed when they entered with deity weapons. Thus, one could not underestimate the transcendent natives. Originally, with the key and all the information, it would be easy to obtain the treasure. However, your strength is still too weak. You still have to be careful, the black rat hurriedly said. He did not want Dongbo Shueing to die. If Dongbo Shueing died, who knew how long it would take for them to meet the next person who could free them? Don't worry. Dongbo Shueing had already made his decision. Major transcendent world? It might be dangerous. However, with the true meaning of mirage, he would still be able to explore it. As long as he was careful, he could just send his chi avatar in. Chi avatars were at the same realm as the main body. They could travel within the mirage. Right, that underground hall seemed to have been damaged. There were traces of battle. Shueing hurriedly said. It was precisely because of the traces of battle that the walls of the underground Great Hall were torn apart, allowing him to survive that year. You know about it? The black rat was surprised. Yes, a terrifying battle happened there. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 230. Master was the strongest demigod mage in the past 1,000,000 years. The black rat said. As he neared the end of his lifespan, Master was not willing to die just like that. Hence, he conducted some experiments in the major transcendent world. The Black Wind Deity Palace was ultimately too small. A major transcendent world was big enough for many experiments to be conducted. In the end, a terrifying existence was created. That terrifying existence fought with Master, and the battle was devastating. Master was defeated and retreated to the Black Wind Deity Palace from the major transcendent world. Dongbo Shueing was inwardly shocked. An existence that could suppress an era? He was defeated and escaped to the Black Wind Deity Palace. What terrifying thing did the Black Wind ancestor create in his final experiment? That terrifying existence was extremely powerful. Master's array at the World Gate could not stop it. It forced its way into the Black Wind Deity Palace. In the underground hall of the Black Wind Deity Palace, Master had a life and death battle with it. Master did not dare to let it leave. Once it entered the mortal world, it would bring a calamity to the Xia people. The Black Wind Deity Palace was where Master set up layers of arrays. It was also the place where Master could unleash his strongest power. If he left the Black Wind Deity Palace, Master would no longer be able to stop that terrifying existence. For the sake of the Xia people, to resolve the calamity he created, Master spared no expense. In the end, he dealt with that terrifying existence. Master was already nearing the end of his lifespan. After the battle, Master died soon after. The black rat said, Dongbua Shue Ing nodded his head lightly. He sighed inwardly. A peak, transcendent mage that could suppress an era. He desired to become a god, but created a terrifying existence. He had to resolve the calamity he created himself. After resolving it, his lifespan would be gone. Is becoming a god so difficult? Dongbua Shue Ing shook his head. Every generation of the Xia people had a group of demigods. But how many gods were there? Is there anything else you want to tell me? Dongbua Shue Ing smiled. If not, I will be leaving. You don't have to be in a rush to retrieve the treasure. The black rat placed its claws in front of its chest. That is a major transcendent world. Even if it takes another 1,000 years, we can afford to wait. Don't worry, I have my own plans. I will be leaving first. Shue Ing immediately turned around. With a single step, he disappeared. At the bottom of the Black Wind abyss, a black-robed young man walked out from the main entrance of the palace. Impressive. The ape formed from the white mist looked at Dongbua Shue Ing with admiration. You succeeded? The black dragon, who was coiled up outside the cave, extended his head towards Dongbua Shue Ing. His huge golden eyes were filled with excitement. Dongbua Shue Ing, you actually succeeded. You're just a transcendent saint. This is too amazing. I, old dragon, really admire you. Quickly tell me, how did you defeat the 5 shadows, especially Boss Ing? The leader of the 5 shadows was the Gold Man. His combat prowess was the strongest in the entire cavern palace. In front of the Gold Man, the black dragon could only be casually trampled. It's a secret. Dongbua Shue Ing grinned. You're still keeping it a secret? The black dragon glared. Remember, you guys must not leak out the news of my success. Dongbua Shue Ing said, strictly speaking, I've only succeeded half of the time. I have yet to obtain your command talismans, and am unable to bring you guys away. Don't worry. The black dragon nodded. We will definitely keep this a secret. Currently, the refiner life forms and deity warriors of the Black Wind Deity Palace were standing on the side of Dongbua Shue Ing. Once Dongbua Shue Ing obtained the talismans and other items, he would become their master. All of them were longing for that day. After all, it was too depressing to be cooped up in this place. Shio! Dongbua Shue Ing's figure flashed and appeared far away. His current speed was simply too fast. On the Black Wind Cliff, Jingqiu was waiting anxiously by herself. However, she felt that Senior Snow Eagle's safety should be guaranteed. After all, he was accompanied by a deity warrior that specialized in defense. Furthermore, the master of the Black Wind Deity Palace did not have any killing intent towards the transcendence of the Xia people. Shua. Dongbua Shue Ing instantly rushed out of the enormous black wind whirlpool. He transformed into a stream of light and flew in front of Jingqiu. One stood at the edge of the cliff, while the other stood in the air. The two of them faced each other. You're back? How was it? Are you all right? Jingqiu revealed an expression of joy. You've witnessed the power of the Black Wind Deity Palace, right? Tell me more about the powers of the Black Wind Deity Palace. Looking through the scrolls, not a single transcendent has succeeded in the Black Wind Deity Palace. It's pretty impressive. Dongbua Shue Ing held onto Jingqiu's hand. However, from now on, your senior brother, I, will be the first transcendent to succeed. Jingqiu was startled and had an astonished expression on her face. You're not lying to me? Jingqiu asked in disbelief. I really succeeded. When Dongbua Shue Ing saw Jingqiu's expression of disbelief, he laughed. Senior warrior, I didn't lie, right? You've indeed succeeded. The green-gray wristband emitted a stream of air, condensing into a green-armored guard. Senior warrior, keep this a secret for now, Dongbua Shue Ing said. Also, keep my strength a secret as well. I understand. The green-armored guard nodded. With your strength, The fewer people who know about it, the better. Jingqiu, keep this a secret for Dongbua Shuang as well. It won't be long before he becomes the strongest demigod of the Xia people. Jingqiu nodded repeatedly. If Palace Lord Qin was absolutely loyal, then there was no need to doubt the loyalty of the deity world warriors. This was because when these deity world warriors were sent down, their combat talismans were left behind in the deity world. Hence, in the world of the Xia people, it was impossible to find their combat talismans. Regardless of who it was, no one would be able to truly refine and control them. These deity world warriors would forever follow the orders of their masters, the ancestors of the Xia people in the deity world. Protect the Xia people forever. The green armored guard deduced that Dongbua Shuiying's value to the Xia people had greatly increased. Of course, he would do his best to help Dongbua Shuiying. Following which, he transformed back into a green-gray wristband and reappeared on Dongbua Shuiying's wrist. Let's go back. Dongbua Shuiying held Jingqiu's hand, and the two of them transformed into rays of light and flew back to Snorok Castle. One day later, Shua, within a secret underground chamber of Snorok Castle, the red-robed Dongbua Shuiying stood there. His skin glowed with a fiery red light. This was his battle Qi doppelganger. The existence of the battle Qi doppelganger consumed energy at every moment. Even if there was no battle, the battle Qi doppelganger could only last for close to a year. Before the time was up, it had to return to its original body. Otherwise, the strand of soul in the battle Qi doppelganger would be gone. That would harm the very source of the soul. The red-robed Dongbua Shuiying also wore a green-gray wristband on his wrist. This time, I'll have to trouble Senior. Snow Eagle, your true meaning is profound. Even the demigods in the major, transcendent world might not be able to harm you. I will also do my best to protect you. The green-gray wristband rippled. Let's go. The red-robed Dongbua Shuiying's figure distorted, and he disappeared from sight. In another world, the mirage. The red-robed Dongbua Shuiying appeared. He was flying at high speed towards the black wind abyss. Regardless of whether it was the walls, mountains, or rivers, nothing could obstruct him. Because the distance was too close and his flying speed was too fast, even though he was flying normally, without using his full strength or transforming into particles. He still arrived at the underground hall of the Black Wind Deity Palace in just 1 or 2 seconds. Underground hall. The hall was over 300 meters tall, and it was close to a kilometer in length and width. Even the current Dongbua Shuiying felt shocked when he saw this hall. But to Senior Black Wind, it was still too small. During the last period of his life, Senior Black Wind had conducted experiments in the major, transcendent world. Even the major, transcendent world had become his experimental ground. The hall is still in ruins. Shuiying revealed a grin. Many of the stone pillars in this great palace hall were broken, and some had collapsed. Many places were in ruins, and the distant walls of the hall were filled with savage scars. The material used to build this hall was very special, and it had been specially refined. Even if the current Dongbua Shuiying were to fight with his full strength, he wouldn't be able to injure it in the slightest. But the great battle that Senior Black Wind fought back then had caused this place to be in a mess. Only by borrowing the advantage of the layers of arrays in his palace did he manage to deal with that terrifying existence. It's still in ruins. I've lived here for 6 years, but the monkey and birdie are no longer here. Dongbua Shuiying was all too familiar with this place. The monkey and birdie were the 2 trump cards of the Dongbua clan. They were the ones who dealt with the enemies. Gate of the World. Dongbua Shuiying came to the front of a wall with great familiarity. The wall was sparkling and translucent. With a flick of his hand, a strand of transcendent Do, Qi, seeped into the wall of the palace. The wall immediately changed, and a huge gate that was over 100 meters tall appeared. A ripple came from the gate, and it was transmitted into Dongbua Shuiying's mind. Black wind! On the other side of this gate is a major, transcendent world. Those who have not reached the Saint Realm are not allowed to enter. The ripple even transmitted a map and explanation. Demigod. Dongbua Shue'ing revealed a smile. The most dangerous thing to face in this major, transcendent world would be the native demigod. But there might be no demigods in this major, transcendent world. Or a terrifying demigod might be born there. Everything was unknown. I will travel within the Mirage realm and scout everywhere. Let's see if the demigods in this major, transcendent world can discover me. Dongbua Shue'ing thought to himself, if they can't discover me, the demon generals might not be able to discover me as well. Traveling within the Mirage realm, one could scout everything. The demon generals were hidden in various places in the mortal world, hiding within their battleships. Battleships might be able to conceal them from the heaven and earth energy. However, scouting within the Mirage realm, even gods would find it hard to block it. The only thing that Dongbua Shue'ing was worried about was that he might be discovered by the demon generals when he was scouting within the Mirage realm. If they can't discover me, I will be able to find their hiding spots and wipe them all out. Dongbua Shue'ing thought to himself, I'll give it a try first. The native demigod should be of a lower cultivation realm than the demon generals. If even the native demigod could discover me, then my true meaning of mirage would have to be at a higher cultivation realm to prevent them from detecting me. Who? With a step, Dongbua Shue'ing flew through the 100-meter tall gate on the wall of the palace. After passing through it, he entered the major, transcendent world. Chapter 231. Who? In this vast major, transcendent world, within an identical mirage, the red-robed Shue'ing was flying at high speed, sticking close to the grass of the wasteland. Hoo! The grass of the wasteland swept past his body. Even if he crashed into some hills, he would pass through them easily. It was as though everything was an illusion. The mirage dimension reflected the real world. With Dongbua Shue'ing's current strength, he could control the mirage dimension within 1,000 li radius. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, a sphere with a diameter of 1,000 li was the area that he could observe. There are quite a lot of transcendent materials here. Under his observation, he naturally discovered many transcendent materials. Mortal worlds were too stable, and transcendent materials would not appear. As he flew, occasionally when he encountered some valuable transcendent materials, Dongbua Shue'ing would extend his hand into the real world and grab them. After flying for tens of thousands of li, the transcendent materials he collected were worth more than 30,000 kilograms of origin stones. A large transcendent world that had not been excavated for a long time was indeed a huge treasure trove. However, there were too few large transcendent worlds. The demigod natives were not to be trifled with either. After all, they were all primordial life forms with terrifying innate talent. The expression of Dongbua Shue'ing, who was flying close to the ground, changed. Kaboom! From afar, lightning struck down like a snake. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the lightning snakes slithered about, turning the entire 1,000 li area into a lightning lake. Within the lightning lake, a towering giant with a height of several tens of meters was lying there. He was currently sleeping soundly, and there were streaks of lightning running through his nose and mouth. So powerful! Shue'ing felt an extreme threat. Even though he was far away, he could feel that this towering giant's combat power was completely above his, and the gap between them was very obvious. It should be the combat power of the top 10 demigods. Human transcendents were strong in terms of their true intent and god equipment. Thus, they did not feel too much of a threat from the surface. However, it was different for the transcendent natives. Other than being able to cultivate true intent and use god equipment, the most important thing was that they had terrifying innate talent. Just like in the primordial age, the earliest ancestors of the Xia people were those primordial life forms. At that time, there was no do-chi or magic power. They relied purely on their physical strength and bloodline talents. Of course, there was also the profound mysteries of true meanings. Even so, the primordial life forms were extremely powerful, and the most powerful among them had even stepped into the divine level. Just like the demon generals, because of their tyrannical bodies and gifted bloodline, they could fight against the demigods of the Xia people who wielded divine weapons. According to the annotations on Senior Black Wind's map, this large transcendent world has always been isolated from the rest of the world. Therefore, to this day, there is no method to cultivate Do Qi and magic power. Dongbui Shui Ying stared at the transcendent native who was snoring in his deep sleep, but was still able to attract the attention of the 1,000-li lightning swamp. Since he is in a deep sleep, it is obvious that he did not use his true intent, just talent. How could he summon lightning within 1,000 miles while he's asleep? His body is emitting a powerful aura. I'm afraid his physical strength is at the peak of the demigod realm. With such a high talent in lightning, his speed must be very fast, and his attacks must be very fierce. Dongbui Shui Ying quickly made some deductions. One must know, demons were divided into lower demons, middle demons, and upper demons. This was mainly due to the difference in talent. It was the same for the transcendent natives. Their talent was also divided into lower, middle, and upper demons. Among them, the upper demons weren't any weaker than some of the peak primordial life forms of the Xia people. His talent is at the top of the middle demons, and he might even be an upper demon. Dongbui Shui Ying guessed. His strength is definitely within the top 10 of the demigod rankings. I wonder if he has refined this large transcendent world. In their own large transcendent world, they would be able to control even more heaven and earth energy, and their strength would be much stronger. Furthermore, if their cultivation realm was high enough, they might even be able to refine the world core and control the entire large transcendent world. At that time, they would be able to control the boundless heaven and earth energy. That would truly be terrifying. The Fire Demon Emperor, who was ranked second in the demigod rankings, had condensed a true deity heart and had even refined the world core of that large transcendent world. Thus, in his world, he was unparalleled. With the appearance of the Fire Demon Emperor, this thunder demigod shouldn't be that heaven-defying. Dongbui Shui Ying thought. Who? As Dongbui Shui Ying flew within the mirage, the distance between him and the thunder demigod was also shrinking. He's still in a deep sleep and hasn't discovered me. Dongbui Shui Ying let out a sigh of relief. The deity world had long sent down the information regarding the grade 9 true meaning, and the description was indeed true. Walking within the mirage, he would be able to observe everything in the outside world. Because the mirage reflection of reality was a law of nature, Dongbui Shui Ying was able to discover several powerful existences in the real world. They wouldn't be able to detect it, let alone them. Even deities wouldn't feel anything if they were illuminated by the mirage reflection. However, the mirage reflection would not be able to detect it, but there were life forms flying past the mirage. They were easy to detect, just like how transcendents borrowed the world energy to investigate. Others wouldn't be able to sense it. But if a transcendent were to walk past them, others would be suspicious. It was the same logic. Dongbui Shui Ying was only flying within the mirage. The mirage and the real world were two sides of the same coin. Experts in the real world, if they had a high enough comprehension of the realms, would be able to sense an invisible existence passing by them. One must know that at their level, their perception of the laws of the surrounding world was already extremely high. Dongbui Shui Ying's current perception range was only 500 kilometers, and the radius was only 250 kilometers. 250 kilometers? To many apex demigods, that was an absolute perception range. For example, Dongbui Shui Ying's true meaning of star had reached the stage 1 realm. His absolute perception range was 50 kilometers away from him. I'm 150 kilometers away from him, but he didn't sense me. Dongbua Shwe-ing continued, moving closer. 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 50 kilometers. He's still sleeping. Dongbua Shwe-ing shook his head inwardly. This thunder demigod's comprehension of the laws of profound mysteries should be weaker. South. Dongbua Shwe-ing continued exploring the other regions. It was good news that the thunder demigod hadn't discovered him. Clearly, he was trying to sense a life form flying past him in the mirage. The requirement for one's cultivation realm was too high. This thunder demigod lived in a major, transcendent world, isolated from the outside world. He had no enemies and lived a carefree life. His cultivation realm was probably lacking. He was stronger in terms of his physique and bloodline talent. At least this proves one thing. A weaker demigod wouldn't be able to discover me in the mirage. Dongbua Shwe-ing thought to himself. Back at the Black Wind Deity Palace, the Gold Man and the Black Rat couldn't discover him either. However, the deity warriors were lacking in terms of cultivation realm. This thunder demigod was a true life form, and his cultivation realm might be higher than the deity warriors. But he still couldn't discover him. I hope the demon generals won't be able to discover me either. Dongbua Shwe-ing hoped. As long as they couldn't discover him, he would be able to wipe them all out. Without the 5 demon generals, the remaining weak demon generals wouldn't pose much of a threat. It was fine if the demon generals didn't move, but once they did, it would be a calamity. It was normal for hundreds of millions of mortals to die. As he flew, Dongbua Shwe-ing was surprised to discover another native demigod. This was a 6-meter tall man with dark blue hair and blue skin. However, from the aura he emitted, he should be much weaker than the thunder demigod. He should be at the level of a veteran demigod. Relying on his 3-grade, 2 true meanings, he might be able to defeat him. This time, Dongbua Shwe-ing was within the mirage. He was only 10 meters away from this native demigod, but this native demigod didn't notice him at all. Amen. Because Dongbua Shwe-ing wanted to test whether he could be discovered while walking in the mirage. The location of the treasure was his final destination. After flying for more than half the distance, Dongbua Shwe-ing finally revealed an excited expression. Wow, the origin stone mine. Dongbua Shwe-ing was excited. More than 300 kilometers underground, there was a long and thin mine. Within the mine, there were many origin stones. These origin stones were all wrapped by rocks and other miscellaneous items. If one were to peel away the rocks and other miscellaneous items, one would be able to discover the origin stones. The origin stones were gray and unremarkable. They were shaped like cobblestones and had an extremely smooth surface. These origin stones contained the most primordial world energy. They were the source of this large-scale, transcendent world. That's right. Excavating these origin stones was equivalent to excavating the source of this large-scale, transcendent world. If one excavated too many of them, it would cause this large-scale, transcendent world to collapse, and eventually it would be destroyed. However, after the Great Calamity, this large-scale, transcendent world would gradually be nurtured. It would absorb external energy to replenish itself before giving birth to a new, large-scale, transcendent world. Everyone, throw some recommendation votes.